To be your MC for the summit on this first day, which will see international public figures, global industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators grace this very stage. And with that in mind, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to His Excellency, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, the President of Kazakhstan.
Excellencies, it's a pleasure to be part of this forum, which highlights the transformative power of unity and shared vision in building a more sustainable future. I extend my sincere gratitude to His Highness President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for his visionary leadership in convening this pivotal event. Global climate change, desertification, extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, water scarcity, food insecurity. These are the sobering realities of our times. They're also further exacerbated by rising geopolitical tensions and disrupted supply chains. The macroeconomic situation is rather pessimistic. The World Bank expects the global economy over the next 5 years to experience the weakest growth rate of the last 30 years. In this context, we in Kazakhstan are planning to focus on 3 major areas: digitalization and artificial intelligence, big infrastructural projects, and nuclear energy. I'm confident this strategy will give us a serious boost to further development of our economy. Globally, energy systems account for 75% of greenhouse gas emissions and 10% of biodiversity loss. It is very much important that international partners, including Masdar, Total, Eni, and others, have pledged 43 gigawatts of green energy projects in Kazakhstan. The construction of our first nuclear power plant following a nationwide referendum marks a significant step forward national sustainable energy development. Kazakhstan also seeks to secure a diversified supply of critical raw materials for world markets. These materials are indispensable to achieving the world's net zero targets. For my country, which is a leading transit hub in Eurasia, transit and transport are essential prerequisites for sustainable development. Therefore, we are investing heavily in transportation infrastructure, including our roads, railways, airports, and seaports. To further enhance connectivity, Kazakhstan is committed to developing the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route and the North-South Transport Corridor, while also playing a pivotal role in Belt and Road Initiative. We are committed to building resilient supply chains that not only strengthen regional connectivity, but also ensure sustainable economic growth. Central Asia is increasingly vulnerable to global warming, with regional temperatures rising faster than the global average. This accelerated warming can threaten ecosystems, livelihoods, and food security, increasing the need for urgent climate adaptation strategies. The region also relies heavily on shared transboundary rivers. Therefore, we are very much in need for early warning systems and better water and land management. To this end, we must invest in water-saving technologies, modernize irrigation systems, establish effective water management agreements, as well as utilize artificial intelligence, satellite monitoring, and other digital tools. Food insecurity also demands our urgent attention. Innovative approaches and are required to ensure a stable supply of food and fertilizers for global markets. Exporting a significant amount of wheat and flour to the international market, Kazakhstan is committed to further advance sustainable agriculture practices and technologies. To confront these challenges, the world urgently requires a new development paradigm rooted in resilience, equity, and sustainability. The solution to global issues lies in a holistic framework built on three critical pillars. The first pillar is the availability of green financing, which must increase dramatically. The second pillar is enhanced international cooperation on technology transfer, technical support, and scientific research. As solar energy, smart agriculture, carbon capture, and climate technologies powered by artificial intelligence offer a wide range of innovative solutions. And lastly, the third pillar is a synergistic relationship between climate priorities, economic development, and artificial intelligence, which by 2030 is expected to provide more than 16% of global GDP. This underscores the importance of a flexible and tailored approach to support the different sustainability goals of nations. The challenges we face are immense, but so are the opportunities. Now more than ever, we must unite and cooperate practically, effectively, and with impact. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those wonderful remarks. Now, for our next session, you will find translation headsets at your chairs should you require them. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now a pleasure to welcome to the stage His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of Uzbekistan.
Hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, avvalambor ushbu sammitga taklif qilinganlari uchun aziz birodarim, Birlashgan Arab Amirligi prezidenti Shayx Muhammad Al Nahyan A'lo hazratlariga samimiy minnatdorchilik izhor etaman. Nufuzi yil sayin oshib borayotgan Abu Dhabi barqaror rivojlanish haftaligi amirlikning jadal taraqqiyot, innovatsiyalar, yashil iqtisodiyot va mintaqaviy bog'liqning rivojlantirish bo'yicha xalqaro muloqot markazlaridan biriga aylanayotganining o'ziga xos ifodasidir. Bu go'zal diyorda COP28 Jahon iqlim sammiti g'oyat sermahsul va muvaffaqiyatli o'tganini ham buning yana bir bor yaqqol tasdiqlaydi. Hurmatli delegatsiya rahbarlari, bugungi kunda energetika manbalarini diversifikatsiya qilish, uning balansida uglevodorodlar ulushini keskin kamaytirish, iqlim o'zgarishi oqibatlarini yumshatish, barqaror rivojlanish va global xavfsizligini ta'minlashning asosiy shartidir. Yangi O'zbekistonning strategik maqsadi ekologik barqarorlikni ta'minlash, iqtisodiy o'sishning resurs tejamkor yashil rivojlantirish modeliga o'tishdir. Shu bois 2025 yilning O'zbekistonda atrof muhitni asrash va yashil iqtisodiyot yili deb e'lon qildik. Kam uglevodorodli rivojlanish bo'yicha uzoq muddatli strategiya va yashil moliyalashtirish milliy dasturini ishlab chiqdik. Investitsiya loyihalarida yashil komponentlarni keyingi 5 yilda 50% ga ko'paytiramiz. Shuningdek, zararli gazlarni monitoring qilish va milliy emissiya savdo tizimini joriy etamiz. 2030-yilgacha zararli chiqindilarni 35% ga qisqartirish va bu majburiyatni doimiy oshirib borishni reja qilganmiz. Yashil makon dasturi doirasida shahar hududlarini kamida 30% ko'kalamzor maydonga aylantiriladi. Qishloq xo'jaligida suv tejovchi texnologiyalarini 100% tatbiq etish bo'yicha tizimli ishlar qilyapmiz. Hurmatli summit ishtirokchilari, tez sur'atlarda o'sib borayotgan iqtisodiyotimizning energetikaga bo'lgan talabini to'liq qondirish uchun biz yashil quvvatlarni jadal rivojlantiryapmiz. O'tgan 5 yilda energetika sohasiga qariyb 20 milliard dollar xorijiy investitsiyalar jalb qilindi va 9.6 gigavat zamonaviy energiya quvvatlarini ishga tushirildi. Jumladan 3,5 gigavatli 14 ta quyosh, shamol elektrostansiyalari va 300 megavatli 2 ta saqlash tizimlari barpo etildi. Hozirda xorijiy hamkorlar bilan qiymati 26 milliard dollardan ziyod, umumiy quvvati 24 gigavatli bo'lgan 50 dan ortiq yirik loyihalar amalga oshirilmoqda. 2030-yilgacha mamlakatimizda qayta tiklanuvchi energiya ulushi 54% ga yetkazishni reja qilganmiz. Bugungi kunda yashil taraqqiyot O'zbekistonda umummilliy harakat darajasiga ko'tarildi. Mazkur yo'nalishda mintaqaviy hamkorlikni yanada kuchaytirib, Markaziy Osiyoni yashil iqtisodiy rivojlanish va toza energiyaning markazlaridan biriga aylantirish niyatdamiz. Qadimgi buyuk Ipak yo'lini o'zaro energetik bog'liq orqali tiklash yo'lida ham ilk qadamlar tashladik. Yaqinda COP29 doirasida Kazakhstan va Ozarbayjonlik hamkorlarimiz bilan imzolangan ko'p tomonlama bitim Yevropaga yashil energiyani eksport qilish imkoniyatini beradi. Shuningdek, alohida qayd etmoqchiman, yashil energiya sohasida Birlashgan Arab Amirliklari bizning ishonchli va strategik hamkorlarimizdir. So'nggi yillarda Amirliklar bilan investitsiyalar portfeli hajmi 26 milliard dollardan oshdi. Ular orasida qayta tiklanuvchi energetika loyihalari asosiy lokomotiv bo'lmoqda. Bugungi global summit tashkilotchisi Mazdar kompaniyasi bilan umumiy quvvati 1,5 gigavat bo'lgan 5 ta elektr energiya obyektlarini ishga tushirdik. Yana 1.6 gigavatga teng 3 ta generatsiya loyihasi va qariyb 520 megavat soat energiya saqlash tizimlari barpo etiladi. Bu kabi loyihalarni amirlikning boshqa yetakchi kompaniyalari hamda Saudiya Arabistoni, Katar, Turkiya, Xitoylik sheriklarimiz bilan ham amalga oshiryapmiz. Hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, biz Markaziy Osiyoning quyosh, suv, shamol energiyasi hamda yashil vodorodni ishlab chiqarish bo'yicha ulkan salohiyatini birgalikda rivojlantirishga manfaatdormiz. Dastlabki hisob-kitoblarga ko'ra faqat O'zbekistonning o'zida 500 gigavatli quyosh, 100 gigavatli shamol va 10 gigavatli gidroenergetika ishlab chiqarish salohiyati mavjud. Mintaqamiz ulkan uran va o'ta muhim strategik xomashyo zaxiralariga boy. Bu yo'nalishda har bir xorijiy hamkorlarimizga barcha qulay sharoit yaratib berishga tayyormiz. Anjumanimizda ishtirok etayotgan nufuzli ilmiy markazlar, ekspert va olimlarni Toshkentda ochilgan Yashil universitet bilan tadqiqotlar va innovatsiya dasturlarini amalga oshirishga hamkorlikka chaqiramiz. Mazkur universitet negizida yer degradatsiyasi va cho'llanishga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha xalqaro ilmiy tadqiqot tarmog'ini yaratishni taklif etmoqchiman. Shu bilan birga biz Dubay va Bakuda bo'lib o'tgan ko'p sammitlari va xalqaro forumlarda global iqlim o'zgarishlarini salbiy oqibatlarini bartaraf etish uchun iqlim tufayli yo'qotish va zararlarni baholash bo'yicha xalqaro markazni ta'sis etish, daryo ekotizimlarini xavfsizligini ta'minlash va suv tejovchi texnologiyalar mintaqaviy hubini tashkil qilish, o'simliklar genetik resurslari bankini yaratish tashabbuslarini ilgari surdik va barcha hamkorlarimiz bilan amaliy ishlarni boshlashga tayyormiz. Joriy yil O'zbekistonda o'tishi rejalashtirilgan Markaziy Osiyo global iqlim muammolariga bag'ishlangan konferensiyada umummintaqaviy yashil taraqqiyot konsepsiyasini taqdim etamiz. Shuningdek, 15 may xalqaro iqlim kunida Orolbo'yi mintaqasida bo'ladigan raqamli yashil tashabbuslar global yoshlar festivaliga vakillaringizni taklif etamiz. Hurmatli do'stlar, yangi O'zbekiston barqaror rivojlanish va yashil taraqqiyot yo'lida butun dunyoga ochiq va barchangizni keng ko'lamli amaliy hamkorlikka chaqiramiz. So'zimning yakunida anjuman ichiga katta muvaffaqiyatlar tilab qolaman. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you so very much for being with us today, Your Excellency. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to the stage, His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of Rwanda.
His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished audience. First, I thank His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed for convening this outstanding forum and for hosting us so graciously. It is good to be back working together to assess our progress on the sustainability agenda. Unfortunately, the global sustainability agenda, as it stands, has not yet delivered on its promise, particularly for Africa. Political commitments are not met with action, yet leaving us with endless debates and finger-pointing. Policy options are often not suitable for the realities of developing countries. The stakes for Africa are quite high. First, our population is set to double by 2050. This rapid growth means our economies must meet increased demands for water, food, energy, and jobs. In this context, sustainability presents us with a dual challenge. We must fast-track development while concurrently building a low-carbon economy. To achieve both goals, we have to adopt affordable, scalable, and economically viable technology. Rwanda's approach to sustainability reflects this, with a focus on inclusion, resilience, and collaboration. We have created a pro-business environment with tax benefits and simple immigration policies. We also launched the Rwanda Innovation Fund to back disruptive companies and attract global capital. These principles have driven practical innovations in many sectors. We have digital platforms that give farmers access to real-time market data to inform their decisions. Zipline, a drone company that started in Rwanda delivering medical supplies, is now valued at $4 billion with operations, US dollars, with operations across multiple continents. In our urbanization efforts, we cut energy use and emissions through smart street lighting and intelligent traffic systems. On the mobility front, we have invested in electric motorcycles and cashless payments for public transport. We are complementing these initiatives with tax incentives for electric vehicle adoption. But experience has taught us that while renewable energy and the digital solutions are very vital, they are insufficient to drive Africa's industrialization. For this, we require energy that fuels large-scale manufacturing and production. Sustainability plans that neglect this obvious and pressing need are asking Africa to constrain its development. This is neither fair nor acceptable. It is a question of fairness and justice. The technologies we discuss must provide energy at scale, which is just as cost-effective as the alternatives. Nuclear energy is a viable option as it offers a clean and reliable power source. Rwanda is already taking active steps to prepare for small modular nuclear reactors as a major part of our future energy mix. We recognize that sustainable development is a collective effort and no nation can do it alone. However, we must learn from the mistakes of the past and move beyond political frameworks that keep us in a stalemate. Technological innovations necessitate pragmatic and result-driven partnerships. Ultimately, technology will depend and succeed where politics is falling and failing in getting us to a sustainable and equitable future. This is why we are so happy about our very valuable cooperation with the United Arab Emirates through the Government Accelerator Program, the 1 Million Coders Initiative, and the Government Enterprise or Government Experience Exchange Program. Our goal is to raise our people's standards of living while keeping in harmony with nature. Like minds need to cooperate. Rwanda is open and prepared to collaborate with all partners who share this vision. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those wonderful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our program in just a few minutes. We ask that you kindly remain seated. Thank you. So again, ladies and gentlemen, it is now a great pleasure and honor to welcome to our stage His Excellency Petteri Orpo, Prime Minister of Finland.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, I would like to start by thanking the United Arab Emirates for inviting me to be here today. Our countries share a passion for the future. I would like to congratulate the UAE for the successful COP28 meeting 2023, and particularly for the historic outcome on transitioning away from fossil fuels. It is an ambitious goal, and we all understand it will take time to achieve. But still, it is now our common goal, and I am proud that I had the pleasure of taking part in that meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is both privilege and responsibility to be standing in front of you to address one of the most pressing and transformative issues of our time: the intersection of technological innovation and global sustainability. We are facing enormous challenges, from climate change to depletion of natural resources, from poverty to inequality. We need to find a balance between prosperity and overconsumption, and between multilateralism and trade tensions, while promoting stability and preventing geopolitical distress. These challenges require a comprehensive approach and visionary leadership. It is not an overstatement to say that the future of our planet rests on our ability to harness the full potential of technology in the pursuit of a sustainable, equitable, and prosperous world. We are witnessing an era of breakthrough technologies that are changing the way we approach the challenges of the century. The breakthrough is driven by artificial intelligence, which has the potential to radically transform the way we produce, consume, and distribute energy. We face the daunting challenge of achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 7, ensuring access to affordable and clean energy for all. Artificial intelligence, AI, is emerging as a key driver in shaping the global energy system of the future. Today, I want to open the debate on how breakthrough AI technologies can accelerate the transition to renewable energy, improve energy efficiency, and create smarter, more resilient energy systems that are crucial for a sustainable, low-carbon future. Ladies and gentlemen, let us first see the stage by recognizing the scale of the sustainability challenges we face. The global energy sector is responsible for approximately 3/4 of global greenhouse gas emissions, making it one of the largest contributors to climate change. At the same time, the world's population is expected to grow to over 9 billion billion by 2050. This will place record high demands on energy sources, infrastructure, and environment. This converge of climate urgency and growing energy demand presents a critical need for smart, scalable technological solutions. This is where AI comes into play. AI is not just a tool for the future. AI is already reshaping the present, driving smarter energy production, consumption, and distribution. By harnessing big data, machine learning and productivity analytics, AI has the potential to optimize energy system in ways that were unthinkable just a decade ago. In the near future, quantum computing will take the efficiency of AI and other technologies to a level that is hard to comprehend at this stage. Artificial intelligence will transform energy systems and drive sustainability through renewable energy integration, energy efficiency, and smart grid management. The shift towards renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and hydropower is central to our sustainability agenda. Renewable energy outputs, however, are irregular and depend on weather conditions. AI can solve the weather challenge by optimizing energy production and predicting supply and demand. AI-driven storage system can help us overcome the challenge of managing irregular production. Moreover, AI is being used to build more energy-efficient industrial processes by optimizing operations and through machine learning. Dear guests, the development of new technologies and innovations is driving sustainable economic growth globally by promoting research and development, fostering collaboration between different industries, and supporting startups and entrepreneurs. This is taking place not only nationally, but internationally as well. With this in mind, I would like to highlight the need for intensive cooperation between nations in research and development. From renewable energy to agriculture, from circular economies to AI-powered decision-making, technological innovation offers us the tools to address the greatest challenges of our time. However, technology alone is not enough. We must work together as governments, businesses, the research community, civil society, and individuals to ensure that technological innovations are deployed in ways that respond to the global challenges in energy sector. Honored guests, we cannot achieve sustainable growth without tackling climate change and biodiversity loss in parallel, and without understanding the link to the competitiveness. We have reached critical limits in our use of natural resources. Many technological solutions are already there, but we need to scale them up with coordinated actions. This is not a zero-sum game. All will benefit from that transition. That is, what is the role of governments in all this? I would like to share a few examples based on experiences from Finland. My government has set a goal for Finland to become a major player in clean energy in Europe. We will double our clean energy electricity production and become a European leader in green hydrogen. We are promoting wind power and solar power investments, storage and solutions. This makes us an attractive destination for investments in low-carbon industry. Our clean and efficient electricity system and reliable, high-quality main power grid, coupled with the very skilled labor forces and world-class know-how in various industrial sectors, has attracted around 280 billion euros in planned investments, more than 100% of our GDP. 2/3 of these planned investments are related to wind power. These cases show how attractive Finland is for investments in the clean transition. Your Highness, Finland was the first country to establish carbon pricing in 1990. Since then, carbon pricing has been implemented in the EU and has developed into the global best practices. Today, some 25% of global emissions are priced. but this is not enough. To manage green industrial and energy transformation, we must address the so-called carbon leakage problem as the markets for green products evolve. Next, we will also need to consider ways to put price to damage to our natural capital and promote circular economy solutions. We need internationally coordinated approaches and scaling up for best practices that are politically, economically, fiscally, and financially feasible. I established the coalition of finance ministers for climate action for precisely this reason in 2018. That led to the approval of Helsinki Principles, in which governments agreed to take climate change into account in macroeconomic policy, fiscal planning, budgeting, public investments management, and procurement practices, among others. For me, this shows how a small country can catalyze significant global change through collaboration. We need these types of approaches to fulfill the pledge to made at COP28 in Dubai. Your Highness, this is my strong vision for the future, and I hope we can work together for this goal. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for those inspiring remarks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have something very special for you now. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Prime Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency Anwar Ibrahim, and Her Excellency Razan Mubarak, President of the International Union for Conservation of Nature and Managing Director of the Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund.
Assalamu alaikum, and it's such a great pleasure to welcome you to this very special session at the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, where we really have this great privilege of engaging with one of the most influential voices in global leadership today. As Malaysia's 10th Prime Minister, His Excellency Anwar Ibrahim has demonstrated extraordinary commitment to fostering sustainable development, and really also advocating for justice and reform, showing that you really can't have environmental sustainability without reform and without justice. Under his leadership, Malaysia is championing ambitious initiatives, many of which we have had the honor of learning about during COP28 when we hosted it in 2023. These efforts not only serve as a roadmap for Malaysia, but also hold valuable lessons for the ASEAN and the wider global community, of which we will explore today. Please join me in re-welcoming His Excellency Anwar Ibrahim. Sir, there's a saying, everything in moderation except for moderation itself. How do you manage Malaysia's plans to balance economic growth and environmental sustainability? And what lessons might this offer to other ASEAN countries and nations?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. It's extremely kind I would certainly invite you to help me in my campaign in the next round, I think. Now, we are fortunate because Malaysia is a politically stable country, although it's multiracial, multi-religious, multicultural. And we are in the region, relatively the most peaceful in the world and fastest growing economy in the world. And the relations between governments, leaders, and peoples of these regions, among neighbors, is excellent. And I think this unique phenomenon has helped us then to chart clear economic policies. I call it Madani because it is comprehensive, it is sustainable, it takes into consideration the new dictates of the times, including energy transition, digital transformation, but at the same time, it caters for the welfare of the ordinary people. So we call it concerns of humanity and issues of values. When I talk about clarity of policies means we start with, okay, we learn from the UAE. I mean, in all humility, I must accept we don't have all the answers. We choose our trusted friendship with Highness Sheikh Mohammed and colleagues, for example, to then not just start from ground zero. You know, you have had that advance, so we utilize. I gave an example, for example, to Sultan this year, when we visited Sheikh Mohammed Zayed Artificial Intelligence University. It's fantastic. So I went back immediately next week. I said, look, immediately set up a new faculty of artificial intelligence because it has relation to the dictates, including environment and sustainability, and then contact the university and get whatever collaboration and assistance possible. And in the region, I happen to assume the chairmanship this year, and we'll work with the GCC under the chairmanship of Sheikh Excellence Highness MBZ, that places energy transition as one of the key items. What do? We have the ASEAN energy grid, right from Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and Sarawak to Peninsula, back to Singapore, to Batam, to the new Indonesian capital. So you're 7, 8 countries involved in this sort of transition. But it's new technology, it's new energy, is alternative energy, and those are the issues that we address and make it a priority. Of course, it comes some digital, AI, and we are now embarking, which we will announce on the blockchain, learning from here. So, humility counts in leadership. And in politics, it is a rare commodity because we think that we have all the answers. We don't.
Absolutely, sir. Humility, as you said. Now, we have another saying here in the UAE, in addition to humility. إنما القيادة بالأفعال وليس الأقوال. In other words, true leadership is in doing and not by saying. Malaysia has recently unveiled a comprehensive biodiversity strategy. And for those who know me as president of IUCN, nature speaks very loud and clear to both my heart and mind. You also announced significant renewable energy targets. Where do you see the opportunities and challenges in the implementation of these important initiatives and this incredible vision?
Yeah, okay, the challenges on the implementation of AL, and you are right, there's clarity of policies, then we embark on this program. But thus far, fortunately, because the thinking, the awareness is such, should I say, pervasive, that people do understand, unlike 20 years ago. So it is easier when we embark on this biodiversity plan, then we itemize issues. You must take note of the fact that we are, although we are not necessarily new, but as a major effort, it is new. Because Malaysia's strength, for example, now is hub for semiconductor. not only the back end, but also the front end. Huge investments, including the latest by Infineon, largest outside Germany. But we realize that this is not enough. The ecosystem must be correct. Okay, supply side can be confined to the semiconductor, but the ecosystem means biodiversity and sustainability. And so all efforts, training, facilities, new investments, conditions imposed, and I think, and some other specific programs. But I don't foresee this as a big problem. As you said, the challenge of qiyada, leadership, to me is always to summarize the prophetic tradition of taklif, la tashrif. My Arabic is okay. Better than mine. So it is a responsibility in the sense that how do you talk about responsibility in governance? It's not just doing, immediate policies as you think is right. But it's also sustainability, it's biodiversity. It's to correct the facade on earth in terms of the rape of the jungles, and the hills, the mountains. That is why, to my mind, it is a moral imperative to proceed this with all the vigor and zeal that we have.
Thank you, sir, and extremely wise, because as we speak about sustainability, as you've just so rightly said, it is a multidisciplinary approach. We can't think of renewable energy without preserving the forests, without ensuring that, of course, the rare minerals that are required to fuel the new energy paradigm are also done in a sustainable way. You touched on this briefly, which is this grid across the ASEAN countries. My last question to you, sir, is Malaysia's targeting 70% renewable energy for its power mix and exploring green energy exports. How do you see your country's role in developing the ASEAN's interconnected energy infrastructure?
First, I think people tend to ignore the fact that, notwithstanding all the challenges that we face and its emerging economy, we still keep burdened jungles, 50% of the entire land. And it's not small feat. And it comes with a price. That is why sometimes the hectaring of some of the industrialized economies is, to me, quite sickening, because it is a price. But then it is a responsibility, it's taklif. We don't have a choice. But there should be some empathy, some understanding that these jungles could be used for some other development or plantations. But we said no, that's our responsibility. So that is the biodiversity. But at the same time, we cannot repeat the excesses of the past in terms of ignoring the importance of renewable energy. Thus far, in our discussions from Laos to Thailand to Malaysia to Singapore, Indonesia, Brunei, we have not encountered problems. Of course, we need huge investments. I think that explains why I'm here. Yes, partly. But okay, the Japanese, keen to participate. The Chinese, cumulatively, as you know, the United States have been the largest investor into Malaysia. So we try to navigate this in a period of geopolitical uncertainties. But no one questioned, from China to the United States, and of course, naturally, ASEAN, the need to support a renewable energy, including this, what we call the ASEAN Grid.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for your invaluable insights. We heard the need for needed values such as humbleness, such as taklif, and making sure that we pass on the torch in terms of both responsibility and accountability. We learned the art of not just saying, but also doing, and the need to continuously ensure that we bring communities along through awareness and through opportunities for job creation. Including women. Absolutely. I'm so glad you said that, sir. Thank you to everyone here for your attention, for your engagement. Let us continue to work together, as Mr. Prime Minister said, learn from one another through continuous dialogue and understanding to really construct the sustainable future that we all need. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for that wonderful conversation. It was such a pleasure to hear from you both today. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to kindly invite to the stage His Excellency Christopher Luxon, Prime Minister of New Zealand.
Kia ora, good afternoon everybody, please take a seat. Assalamu alaikum, kia ora and good afternoon everyone. I'd just like to thank His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, President of the UAE and patron of this great event, for hosting me so graciously in Abu Dhabi here today. And it was also wonderful to spend time with His Highness the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Khalid. It's wonderful to have time with you as well. The President, the Crown Prince and I met this morning taking stock of what New Zealand and the UAE are doing together and celebrating the signing of trade and investment agreements that will provide the platform to supercharge the commercial connections between our two great countries. I'm also grateful, of course, to His Highness Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid for the very kind invitation to attend and speak with you today. We see Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week as an important fixture on the international calendar, as evidenced by the world leaders who are here to exchange solutions with businesses, innovators and environmental experts. I want to acknowledge His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, the UAE's Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology, and also the Chairman of Masdar for his long-running leadership in this space. The marvels of your country's modernisation agenda are all around us to behold here in Abu Dhabi. To their Highnesses, Your Excellencies, members of the business community, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. It is no surprise that this event, which brings together the brightest minds, innovators and leaders from around the globe, takes place in the UAE, an incubator for cutting-edge, low-carbon solutions. The scale and the pace of transformation in the UAE is striking, from the construction of 3 of the world's largest solar farms to your ambition to build the world's first zero-carbon and zero-waste city. With these groundbreaking initiatives, the theme of this year's event, Supercharging Sustainable Progress, could not be more fitting. I'm especially excited to be talking in the UAE about New Zealand's renewable energy ambitions. Our two nations share a common vision to accelerate the transition to a clean, renewable energy future. It was in the Emirates at COP28 where the UAE played such a pivotal role in shaping the landmark UAE consensus, which included the historical call to triple renewable energy by 2030. My own government in New Zealand has a bold plan for growing our renewable energy generation. We know growing our capacity will be instrumental in ensuring that we meet our 2050 net zero target. Now, we already have some of the highest levels of renewable energy in our electricity grid in the world, reaching a record 88% in 2023. But we are determined to go even further. And that is why we are committed to doubling New Zealand's renewable energy generation by 2050. We're also confident that doing so will in fact set us on the pathway to increasing productivity and competitiveness while achieving net zero 2050. We're focused on further unlocking the immense potential of renewable energy for several reasons. Firstly, because we benefit from an abundance of renewable resources, namely wind, sun, hydro and geothermal. And harnessing these resources presents huge potential to further greening our electricity grid. Secondly, New Zealand has a proven track record leading the way in global energy innovation. For instance, we were one of the very first countries to harness geothermal energy for green hydrogen production. My government has just committed to a project that will accelerate global research into the development of supercritical geothermal technology. Conventional geothermal energy is sourced from magma-heated rock around about 3 kilometres beneath the Earth's surface. The idea behind supercritical geothermal was to drill down as far as 6 kilometres, with the energy produced up to 3 times greater than conventional geothermal. We will be at the cutting edge of this exciting new technology, which has the potential to be a game changer for New Zealand's energy ambitions and potentially other geothermal nations around the world. And the third reason we're focused on unlocking our renewable energy potential is our endowment of a rich and diverse range of mineral opportunities, which complements New Zealand's renewable offering. We want to become a trusted and reliable supplier of critical minerals, particularly those critical to clean technology. To drive these efforts, the government is making an active and coordinated approach to supporting New Zealand's mineral future with the development of our mineral strategy out to 2040. Looking ahead, New Zealand's demand for energy is projected to grow substantially over the next 25 years. And to meet this demand, we need to significantly ramp up our renewable energy generation capacity. In growing our renewable energy infrastructure beyond our current and projected needs, we see a future for New Zealand where we can support the growth of industries that are critical to the green transition, such as clean hydrogen and hyperscale data centres. The sector estimates that tens of billions of dollars of investment are required in new energy generation, transmission, and also distribution infrastructure. To unleash our renewable energy potential, we're going to need foreign investment in our energy value chain, which creates big opportunities for international investors. And to leverage these opportunities, we're inviting high-quality investors to bring capital and expertise to accelerate our renewable energy build-out. Fortunately, New Zealand is a fantastic place to invest and to do business. We are consistently rated as one of the easiest places in the world to do business, renowned for our economic and our political stability and the freedom of our trade. These attributes provide strong tailwinds for investment, and were a key driver in the conclusion of our recently negotiated trade and investment agreements. In an increasingly challenging and complex global environment, we also offer stability and transparency, well-designed legislation, and a strong legal framework that supports investment in infrastructure. Our simple, fair tax system, skilled workforce, and strategic location as a gateway to Asia makes us an ideal destination for businesses seeking to scale and innovate in the clean energy sector and to decarbonise their supply chains. We've also established a new national infrastructure agency to connect private investors to infrastructure projects alongside a New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, which will see the development of our 30-year national infrastructure plan. All of these factors will empower investors to make long-term investments with confidence. My government is determined to make investing in New Zealand as frictionless as possible. A key part of this is our relentless effort to cut red tape to unlock growth across all key sectors of our economy at a much faster pace. When we came to office, my government heard that a barrier was the length of time to get consents for renewable energy infrastructure. And that's why within our first 12 months in office, we've prioritised a series of reforms which will make it so much easier and cheaper to get consents done and completed. The government has established a new fast-track process for major projects. And Fast Track is a one-stop shop designed to ensure that investors can invest with confidence in New Zealand, with approval decisions being made much more quickly and much more efficiently. Another policy, Electrify New Zealand, establishes one-year consenting and permitting for most types of renewable energy. We have reforms to our Overseas Investment Act, which will dramatically simplify the process for investing in New Zealand. Greater speed and certainty of approval means that projects will be able to come online faster, which we know is key for turbocharging investment. Nearly 1 in 5 of the projects in our fast-track legislation are for renewable energy. And excitingly, if all of those projects are progressed, that'll add 30% extra capacity over current levels. My government is also committed on delivering its commitment to ensure a permitting regime for offshore renewable energy. And following the passage of this legislation, a first permitting round is expected to be opened up later this year. Further afield, we see an important role for international partnerships in scaling up on the export of clean technologies and sustainable infrastructure. Our Renewable Energy Partnership Agreement with the UAE is a great example of how international cooperation can support the development of decarbonisation solutions across the globe. We are incredibly proud to have worked together to jointly deliver projects across the Pacific and the Caribbean, including the Solomon Islands' first large-scale solar array in Honiara and renewable energy mini-grid systems in both Fiji and Barbuda. And we look forward to further working and building together our renewable energy cooperation in the years to come. We also see a key role for trade in tackling climate change, making it easier and cheaper to access environmental goods and services. And New Zealand has a long history of integrating sustainability into global trade, whether it is through the World Trade Organization, leading groundbreaking plurilateral agreements like the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability, or via provisions in our own free trade agreements. I'm delighted to be here in Abu Dhabi for the signing of our first-class CEPA that has recently been negotiated between the UAE and New Zealand. This agreement and the accompanying bilateral investment treaty offer a terrific springboard to elevate our trade and investment cooperation while advancing our shared commitment to expanding renewable energy production. In closing, the pathway to a sustainable low-carbon future is one that requires bold ambition, a clear plan, and strong international partnerships. New Zealand is fully committed to playing our part, including by harnessing our abundant renewable resources, driving innovation, and creating an enabling environment for clean energy investment. We look forward to deepening our collaboration with the UAE, including through the CEPA and accompanying investment treaty. This will pave the way in scaling up cooperation on renewable energy production and the trade in goods and services that will ultimately drive the green transition. Let me finish from where I began by paying tribute to the UAE's leadership on the transition to net zero. New Zealand will continue to be one of your steadfast partners as we work together to achieve the goal of tripling global renewable energy generation. And besides that, I see a wealth of opportunities for the connections between our two great countries to continue to grow and to thrive over the coming years. And finally, can I wish each and every one of you very well for the remainder of the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Excellencies. His Excellency Suhail Mohammed Al-Mazrou'i, UAE's Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, will be speaking shortly. We ask that you kindly remain in your seats. Thank you very much. Our first panel for ADSW Summit for 2025 is all about powering a new era of abundant clean energy. Ahead of this panel, led by Bloomberg's Jumana Berseche, it's a great pleasure now to welcome the UAE's Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, His Excellency Suhail Mohammed Al-Mazrou'i.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to see you all back to Abu Dhabi at Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. And it gives us a great pleasure to welcome the heads of states and the leaders of many international companies where they come together and offer us the way to the future. I'll be talking to you about the future of electrification, how do we see it in the UAE, the role of the regulator in enabling a future transition toward renewable energy. What I can tell you that here in this country, we are daring nation, and we are not furious of trying new things. That determination led us to where we are today. Our leadership, His Highness, led by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, our president, believes in the future and believes in sustainability and believes in efficiency. Electrification have delivered to us efficiency and have delivered to us a huge reduction in the cost, whether it's in the operation or in the transmission or in the distribution. And we ventured, even though we are an oil producing nation, we ventured into the electrification of the transportation sector. And we're just at the beginning of that transformation. And my advice to many of my friends, the ministers, not to fear electrification. Electrification is good if it's done right. And electrification started with us when we installed digital metering and everything, making us ready for the future where AI is going to drive the consumption in our buildings, in our cities, and even drive us in our future cars. Gathering data and the role of data centers is crucial for the future optimization of every nation. We will hear in the discussion how does the different energy types look at electrification. The demand in energy and electricity especially is going to be overwhelming, as we saw it today in the slide that Dr. Sultan, His Excellency Dr. Sultan showed. Enormous growth. So we need not to be worrying about from where that electricity is going to, which type, that electricity is coming from. The competition among the different sources of energy, whether it's nuclear or renewable or conventional gas, is very healthy, and it will drive to us efficiency. More people are moving to the cities, and it drives us to utilize the electrification more in transportation, in cooking, in all aspects of life. And you will hear from the panelists how we have done that in the UAE and how do we look at the future. But definitely, we will continue regulating the different sources of energy, and we will ensure that that competition among them is driving better cities and driving efficiency for the new levels. We are expected to have 1/3 of our grid, of our electricity coming from clean sources of energy. And we are moving to tripling the capacity of the renewable energy that we have today. And all of that is going to happen in the next 5 years, hopefully before 2030, where we'll deliver the 30%. The growth on energy, I can tell you, especially in electricity in UAE, is overwhelming. So that by itself is a challenge. But inshallah, we'll see more projects, more inspiring projects, like the project presented today, this morning, which is driving a 100% solar through the use of battery to the grid. A 1 gigawatt is enormous. If you look at you need 5 gigawatt of solar energy, solar panels, and you need batteries as well. But this is just the beginning for more projects here and in the region where we can unlock the full potential of solar. I'll leave you, I think I overspoke for the introduction I was given, but I am optimistic about the future. And here in the UAE, we will continue daring, and we will continue to try new things, and we will continue to work with you as industries to unveil new technologies. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for that introduction. A very nice background to the conversation that we're going to be having right now. I'm also reminded of a conversation that I had myself with His Excellency, Mr. Mazraoui, back in May of last year, where we talked about the COP28 pledge to triple renewable capacity by 2030. And at the time, he said that the UAE not only were on track, but we're also on track potentially to surpass that target. So a very commendable achievement. But our panel today is not just about renewables. We're talking about all these other different sources of clean energy with many different perspectives about to be offered. So without much further ado, let me just get into it. I'm going to introduce our panelists. Sitting on my left right now is His Excellency Mohammed Al Hammadi, Managing Director and CEO of Emirates Nuclear Energy Company, ENEC. To his left is Engie CEO and Managing Director Catherine McGregor. And to her left is Masdar CEO Mohammed Jamil Al Ramahi, His Excellency Mohammed Jamil Al Ramahi. Thank you very much, panelists. Your Excellency, I would like to start with you. We've had lots of conversations about some of the efforts that the UAE has undertaken in the renewable space. I would love to hear your perspective, being the CEO of one of the largest renewable companies in the world, about how you see the renewables landscape right now in the UAE and where the UAE is in terms of this achieving that tripling of renewable capacity by 2030 target.
Thank you, Jumana. I think, first of all, I think this is one of the best panels for the whole week. So we are all excited to be here. And you are absolutely said in your intro, and you've heard it, of course, from His Excellency Sale and the rest of our government officials. And by the way, I'm not His Excellency, so thank you for the promotion. So the UAE has pioneered renewable energy. The UAE pioneered the energy diversity. And of course, His Excellency Al-Hammadi is here, so, and the diversity of our energy mix is basically originated from our natural resource gas, and then it progressed into an energy diversity with nuclear and renewable energy. And I speak on behalf of the renewable energy part of this diversity. So when we started in 2006, when His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed established the Masdar, he put a target for Abu Dhabi, 7% renewable energy target by 2020, in 2006. And obviously, the UAE and Abu Dhabi has exceeded that number. We doubled that number. And yes, we have a target by 2030, and I can assure you, after today's announcement, witnessed by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, our President, the round-the-clock power, the giga scale project, unprecedented project, 5.2 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity, powered by solar, integrated into a 19 gigawatt hour energy storage system to produce baseload profile green electrons. At such scale, it's never been done before. It's done here in Abu Dhabi. So after today's project, we definitely achieved our 2030 target. So we are on track. We are actually much faster than what we, I'm sure after today's project, we will have another target to achieve.
Good. All right, that's a good scene setter. Catherine, let me turn to you. I'd love to hear the European perspective on how you think the transition towards a cleaner energy system is going, because the topic has become a little bit polarized, it's become a little bit politicized, especially in Europe these days. Do you feel that the appetite is still there to achieve some of these commitments?
So the transition in Europe is I think the problem with
Mic, handheld mic.
That's why.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, everybody. Maybe even before I jump to the answer, just to say that a few words about ENGIE very quickly, if you allow me. So indeed, we are a European actor, but quite global. We are present in 31 countries. We've been present in the region for more than 30 years. And in UAE, we operate power plant, desalination, and we also offer, together with our partners here, with Tabrid cooling district solutions, which are obviously very important to the energy transition. So to your questions, energy transition in Europe is underway. If you look at 2024, it's almost 50% of the electricity that was produced in Europe that was originated from renewables. So it's underway. I think the overwhelming challenge that we all have, whether it's energy companies and governments, is to make sure that we conduct this energy transition in the most affordable manner. That is really the challenge. It's very important, and it's a key criteria of success for this energy transition. And for this, we believe that there are a few key levers that we have to activate. One, which is electrification. So electrification is a very important process towards decarbonation, and electrification accompanied with production that are low carbon, reliable, and affordable. And for this, indeed, I think, Mohamed, you mentioned the renewables assets are very, very important. And very importantly, coupled with battery and energy storage, it's going to be critical to make sure that we get to this graal of base load green electrons. We call them the smart electrons, which are both low carbon and at the same time available, not just when there is nice weather, but when the customers needs it, and as low cost as possible. So that's going to be very important, this electrification, and of course, nuclear for those countries who have the benefit of operating nuclear plants that will also contribute. So I think on the electrification, the key is to have, there is not a secret weapon, you're going to need all the low carbon technologies, and each country has to make some choices. And then hopefully, by having good connected grids, well developed, you can get to the customers a low carbon, affordable electricity. And then the last point is that you cannot do everything with electrification. So then you have to go into the molecule world. So today, a lot of natural gas, and how we change and replace this natural gas with greener molecule. This is also going to be a key challenge that we need to overtake to succeed in. But really a balance between all levers for electrifications, and then electricity and molecules are going to be very, very important.
Yeah, very interesting. So speaking about low carbon and no carbon, Your Excellency, let me ask you about what has been happening in the nuclear space in the UAE. I've got to admit, I didn't realize until just the last week or so, as I was preparing for this panel, that 25% of the electricity generated in the UAE comes from nuclear sources. That is quite the statistic. So just talk us through the progress that has been made and what's to come.
First of all, thank you for having me in this panel, and good afternoon. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, to all of you, our international guests. If I may maybe also recap on what my colleagues, Catherine and Mohammed, what they mentioned, and I will immediately pivot after that to our nuclear project here in the UAE. So this morning I saw the opening ceremony, and I was really moved by the young people who were doing something to make the world a better place for us all to live in. And if you look today, there is over 750 million people without electrons, without electricity. It means they lack education, they lack access to basic needs of living. And if we look today at the mega signals in the world and what's happening when it comes to energy demand, it's energy demand in the developed worlds, by the way, it's trending exponentially. There's a growth. And when you look at the growth coming from, there is also population growth globally, but we have this a new strong signal of AI, artificial intelligence, which is exponentially growing the demand. If you look at cloud computing by 2026, which is a year from today, by the way, the total demand will be 1,000 terawatt hour. 1,000 terawatt hour for cloud computing plus AI and the rest of those energies. And if you put that in scale, that is the whole energy produced by Japan. Just to put things in perspective. And that's why I wanted to move from that to UAE and to the visionary leadership of this country. We had very clear targets in 2008 and 2009 to be able to diversify our energy sources, make them cleaner, and produce energy that is diversified and cleaner from energy mix today. So fast forward from 2008 and 9 to today, 2025, January in this room, we are producing 25% of electricity from Baraka, from the nuclear power plants. We have the largest installed capacity of renewable energy in the region, and we have the largest solar plants in the UAE here. So when it comes to decarbonization, UAE has been serious and continues to pursue the meeting the net zero target. And if I may pivot into nuclear specifically, I think we managed to do this program to the highest standards of nuclear safety, security, and non-proliferation. We managed to do it on time and on budget. I think it's a great testimony of the success of this nation. We have the capacity from a human capital point of view, from policy strategies and vision to make such projects happen in a great success. And I'm looking forward to this energy demand. I would like to meet this demand challenge by providing more of a base load green electrons, and that is very sought after. And my colleague Catherine mentioned, these are very valuable electrons that all industries and everybody in the world want to put their hands on.
Yeah, fascinating. Catherine, I want to pivot a little bit towards the technology advancements. We sort of touched on it, but where do you see the biggest progress being made from a technology perspective in terms of energy storage, carbon capture, grid modernization? Where are the biggest strides being taken?
Well, maybe to stay with the theme of green electrons that are becoming more and more baseload, I think on the storage, this is where we are getting the most advanced and the most rapid progress. If you look at the cost of storage and the battery technology, the duration of storage is changing by the week. And that's really very, very hopeful because you have to look at the cost of the system and the solar and batteries. The solar, prices have decreased so much for the past 20 years. So if you project what's happening in the battery space and you project similar kind of cost reduction curves, you can only be excited about what that potential can be. Of course, battery will remain a fairly short-range storage. So I think that's where we get to longer-term storage solutions. And here you have to think a little bit more about the hydrogen potential. And I know hydrogen there's been a bit of a disappointment in terms of the speed of the market. But hydrogen being a gas produced from electricity will give you storage solution over 1 month, 2 months, and seasonal variation, which is quite a challenge because you don't want, depending on obviously the continent you are in, you don't want to over-design a system for a few days of the year where it's going to be very cold. So the storage capacity for seasonal variation is going to be important. And here, hydrogen and therefore electrolyzer can be and are going to be very, very important part of designing this system. And maybe if I may, just to add a few words on what we hope to do here in the region, as we have a history of being very present on the power plant. We want to be part of this journey that you guys are building, commanding the ambition on the renewables, and we hope that we can develop nice projects together with our partner on the solar side and also on this energy to be part of this very smart electron that we are all thriving for.
Yeah. Well, we have to say bye to Catherine because she has a plane to catch, but the panel discussion is going to continue. Catherine, thank you very much for being here today and offering your perspectives. Let me continue the conversation with you, Mohammed. I'm not going to say Your Excellency, but I said it once, so maybe I should say it again. When you talk about different renewable sources of energy, one of the concerns that comes up is grid interconnectivity. And I just wonder whether you see that as a bottleneck or as a potential opportunity to stand out versus other parts of the world.
So, you know, when you think about our product, we generate a product. This product is an electron. This electron needs to move from one location to where the demand is. To do that, you need that infrastructure. So you are absolutely correct. The infrastructure, be it mainly transition is very critical. So when we look at Europe, the United States, or what we call the bloc of the global north, you would think that this developed world will have the relevant infrastructure to enable this transition into renewable energy sources or new capacities that needs to be built up. But you'll be surprised that to actually develop a project takes maybe 6 to 7 to 8 years. And there is a waiting list to actually connect your project into the transmission because there is no capacity. So the infrastructure that enables either, if you like, the transition into renewable energy sources or any energy sources, because the demand is increasing. So the lack of investments in the infrastructure in the global south is evident. And in fact, today, you see a lot of capital flowing into the infrastructure needs. But the issue there is not only about capital, it's also about the ability to obtain approvals and permits to build these infrastructure mega lines. Now, in return, if you look at our region has been successful, of course, because you have clear vision, you have a leadership, you have a government that is efficient. In the end of the day, if I want to put in a transition line from my power station, today in the UAE, to obtain permits, land, right of way, it takes less than 1 year. Proper. So we are fast. If you go to the UK or anywhere in Europe to build that line, good luck to make it in 10 years. Honestly, what happens? Because of the lack of these infrastructures that is required and needed, you have a lag in the ability to transition into the future. And that's a problem. Yeah. And we have discussed this problem with all of these governments in the past. Now, if you look at the global south, put aside the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, for example, and this is to my dear brother who has highlighted that there are hundreds of millions of people, unfortunately, until now, in this day and age, have limited or no access to electrons. Why is that? Simple. There is no infrastructure. There is no lines that moves the electrons, and there is no distribution that picks up from these lines into these villages, into these cities. So those countries, again, they are also in desperate needs of infrastructure. And it's critical. A lot of people ask me, Tayyip, why don't you go? Africa requires hundreds of gigawatts of power. Good. How do you solve that? You can go, of course, do these lovely, nice, off-grid solar home systems. Lovely. Again, nothing. We did thousands at Masdar. As grant, by the way, from our leadership to all of these recipients. But that's not the solution. The solution is to go build these lines and enable the power generator like us, like anyone else, to start generating power and pump that power to those people who need it. And that requires a lot of capital.
Yeah, that's true. But the capital will come if the economic opportunity is there. If the
we are willing to put in money.
Yeah. Your Excellency, let me turn to you. Interesting points that were raised, also vis-a-vis long-term planning, right? And nuclear in itself, by definition, it takes time to build up nuclear facilities, which perhaps some countries abroad, overseas, don't have the benefit of having such longer-term visions. Let me just ask you from your perspective what you see as the future for nuclear technologies. There's been a lot of talk about SMRs, smaller versions of these nuclear facilities that can be built up more quickly. How scalable do you think is that type of technology? And is it a technology you think that can actually be taken up by many countries around the world, especially those who, again, we spoke about this, don't have the benefits of long-term planning and these long-term visions?
Got it. That's a great question. Thank you, Joanna. I just want to recap on Mohammed's point before I answer the question. So I will answer it in a second. What Mohammed mentioned about the Global South, there's a energy shortage, and I totally agree with you, Mohammed. But also, if we look at some of the modern world, going back to your point about long-term planning, even in the West today, there is energy poverty. People have to decide, shall they eat a hot meal or pay their bills when it comes to energy costs in some parts of Europe, and which is very serious. And that something goes back to looking at the UAE. The visionary leadership has been always agnostic on technologies. We need to go and find the best solutions, and we put all the resources to make sure that we do this right. And alhamdulillah, today we are very proud of the achievement we've done. And where the SMR comes today in the picture, we are also looking at all technologies when it comes to nuclear technologies and the development and evolution of those technologies. And personally, I've been at the board of directors for a company called TerraPower, which is Bill Gates is the owner and chairman of the board. We just had a meeting last week. And these technologies are really progressing quickly. And we will see some of those reactors operational that it will be first of a kind, and that something could be replicated and make those reactors happen. They are easy to build, shorter time, can be even manufactured in factories and delivered in record time to the site. And that's something will happen down the road, and that's something we will definitely be interested in. But with the utility sector, the business, I've been in the utility sector for over 25 years. I consider myself as an electrician than actually a CEO. And these technologies, once you invest in a utility infrastructure, it's going to last for 30 years to 60 years. You don't do those projects for the sake of just doing them over 6 months. So that's why it takes a lot of planning, a lot of investment, and a long-term planning. And this is something in the UAE we do very well. Mohammed mentioned about transmission lines. I remember when I was a young engineer, we will put a cable somewhere, and already with our town planning, there will be a cable, an overhead line, another cable, a water pipeline, a gas pipeline, already pre-planned from right of way. This is something is part of the DNA of UAE, and this is something I'm very proud to be an Emirati, that we do things right here in the UAE. And that's something I look forward.
Yeah.
And how do we take now new technologies and new innovations, introduce them to our ecosystem here in the UAE. I mentioned AI earlier, and AI will be a key enabler. At the same time, we need a lot of energy, a lot of electrons, but also will be a key enabler for transformational change in the utility and also in the energy sector.
Can I just ask you before I move on, do you think the perceptions towards nuclear energy has changed? Because for a while, many countries in the West were turning cold on using nuclear energy as an energy source. But it feels, from my standpoint, and you're the expert, not me, that nowadays there is an understanding that in order to reach net zero, you probably do need that additional energy source coming from nuclear.
You are spot on. I totally agree with you. The base load of nuclear is required to be able to meet net zero. We've seen a positive turning point at COP28 in Dubai. We had the first time in the history of COP that the nuclear has been introduced as part of solutions to be able to meet climate change. We've seen nations signing. There was over 22 nations have signed at the COP28 in Dubai the net zero tripling of nuclear capacity. This year we have over 30 nations have signed last year, 2024, we have over 30 nations have signed the pledge of tripling nuclear. And also we have 14 bankers, by the way, came in at Climate Week, at the UN Climate Week in New York, and signed up to this tripling of nuclear to be able to meet net zero. So to your point, you're absolutely right. There is a positivity toward nuclear, and nuclear has been a key solution for advanced, responsible nations to develop this energy source in a responsible manner, do it in a high standard manner. And I'm very proud to say today, UAE today, we've done it right, and that's why we are also being invited by other nations, by other companies, to come and partner with them to do this in a scalable and commercially viable way.
Mr. Mohammed, final word for you. We talked about the importance of mobilizing capital. Where does government-to-business partnership come into that?
The government set the rules. They design the environment to attract investors like us. And it depends on the jurisdiction and depends on the country. If you look at Europe, for example, they were extremely successful in setting the rules as early as 2 decades ago to attract capital into the renewable energy sphere. And they helped, at that time, renewable energy was not really adopted very well. In fact, some of these technologies were not even bankable. So even the commercial banks in Europe, they were hesitant to finance some of our projects. For instance, that's almost 20 years ago. So what the European Union has done is that they have ensured that financing is available for investors who are keen to develop these projects. So today we have tremendous momentum. We have built tremendous momentum, globally. I think everybody talks about renewable energy. Everybody wants to be part of this journey to tackle, obviously, the climate challenges. We see it in, for example, we hosted today the president of Kazakhstan, the president of Uzbekistan, the president of Azerbaijan, and Masdar is active. When I first went to Uzbekistan 17 years ago, they were not even thinking about renewable energy. Today, under the leadership of the president, reforms has happened. But not only because of the reforms that has done by the governments, what it did is attracted direct foreign investments. So it's not only Masdar who's active in Uzbekistan. It's Masdar, it's EDF, it is EMIA Power, there is Aqua Power, there is a lot of potential developers and investors. So reforms is important, public and regulatory regime is important, and then money flows.
That's a good place to leave it. Gentlemen, thank you so much, and thank you, audience, for watching.
Thank you, of course, to the chief executives of ENGIE and ENEC, and of course to our host today, Masdar, for sharing those unique points of view with us all. Well, our next panel today looks at the critical intersection of AI and energy infrastructure. Please join me now in welcoming to the stage Edna Triner, who will lead this in-depth conversation with Greg Jackson, founder and CEO of Octopus Energy, and Bernard Looney, chairman of the board of Prometheus Hyperscale, who brings extensive expertise in renewable energy transformation and technological innovation.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Absolutely delighted here, and a big thanks to our moderator. Bernard Looney is with us here, board member for XRG and chairman of the board of Prometheus Hyperscale, and Greg Jackson, the founder and CEO of Octopus Energy. What a great couple that I have here with me today. A great duet in this one. Bernard, you talk a lot about net positive when we talk about AI. And I'm purposely not doing an intro to this panel because everybody wants to talk about AI and everybody is talking about it. So when we think about net positive and AI and energy together, you know, there's a lot of negative stuff out there about it as well. Bring us up to date.
Great. Well, thank you, and great to be on here with Greg as well. And it's great to be in Abu Dhabi, my first time at Sustainability Week. And I thought this morning's opening session was really uplifting because it was all about people. And I just want to thank Dr. Sultan and Mohammed Al-Ramahi for the invitation to be here. It's fantastic. Net positive AI, what is it? I have to keep things simple. So it's a very simple concept, which is how do we make sure that the positives of AI, of which there are many, vastly outweigh the negatives of AI, such that net we have an impact that is good for society. And of course there are downsides, and of course the downside with AI is indeed the power usage, and the power usage comes from a number of different areas. First of all, we are training these large amounts of data, but the amount of data in the world is increasing all the time. There is more data created in the last 3 years than there has been in the entire lifetime of the world. And I would argue that in 3 years' time, we'll probably say the same about the last 3 months. So number one, the amount of data is going up. And now, by the way, they're talking about creating synthetic data, which is data to help train these models. That's the first thing. The second thing is these models are getting more complex. So it's about the intensity of the data. We used to hear that a Google search was 10x, or a ChatGPT search was 10x a Google search. I've heard it's now up to 20 to 30. Why? Because the model has got more complex. And if you want to create a video on Sora, that's the equivalent of 10,000 Google searches, and people are doing a lot of that. So the intensity is going up. And finally, the number of users are going up. It took Facebook 4.5 years to get to 100 million users. It took Instagram 2.5 years. It took ChatGPT 2 months. So more data, higher intensity data, and more users. And in America last year, 5 gigawatts of power added for data centers alone. 5 gigawatts is the equivalent of powering about 3 million people's homes. That's the size of Dubai. So that's what we got to work on, is how do we minimize that power usage, and we can come on and talk about that. And on the positive side, all sorts of positives. And Greg is far more capable of speaking about the power sector and what it can do in predicting demand and increasing capacity and grid optimization and all of that. But I'll give you another example on the positive side of AI. Dr. Anand Verma is in the audience. He's founded a company in the UK called Expect AI.
Right.
There are 350 million SMEs, small businesses in the world. They represent 40% of corporate emissions. They have no capability, as in they don't have a head of sustainability. They can't hire an expensive consultant to tell them how to reduce their emissions. He's built a company around using public data to help SMEs, importantly, profitably decarbonize. These are the types of opportunities that are out there that are coming at just the right time. So we need to work on how do we amplify the positives of AI and minimize the negatives.
And we'll talk about that in a minute, because I think that's a very interesting concept as well. Greg, talk to me. You're an energy provider in the UK, and again, you know, AI is going to enable the energy transition, but is there, you know, can we do energy without AI, or indeed right now, AI without energy?
First of all, although our company is seen as an energy company, more than half our value is the technology we provide to other energy companies. And that is basically a platform called Kraken, that sits on colossal amounts of data that can only be processed by AI. And you know, a lot of the conversation about AI currently is driven by generative AI. That was the world behind ChatGPT that emerged in November of 2022. But even before that, you know, machine learning was beginning to use vast amounts of computing power to do things like optimization. Now, in our case, one example would be, at the same time as we're building wind farms and solar farms to change how we generate electricity, we're also changing how we use energy. Electric vehicles are the perfect complement for wind and solar. But you want to be charging the battery at the right time, the times when it's windy and sunny and where your local grid isn't congested and when your neighbors are not charging. So in the UK, we've got a product which processes 5 billion data items per day to estimate when 220,000 cars are going to get home, how much battery they're going to need, and when they're going to charge. But in return, we can charge those cars for 3 times less than the grid price, 7 times less than the price of petrol. And if the batteries in those cars can be discharged back into the house or the grid, we give them 20,000 kilometers a year of guaranteed free driving. So by using AI to optimize the way we work in a renewable heavy system, we can dramatically change the cost of energy. So you can do energy without AI, but it's going to cost a fortune.
And why would you now? I think since there's so much going on, it's very exciting to actually have them both align very much. Bernard, talk to us a little bit about, you know, when we're building data centers and the amount of them that have been built around the world, and particularly what's happening at Prometheus hyperscale. It does demand an awful lot of energy. We still have hydrocarbons in the mix. How do we minimize, and I suppose, you know, make sure that we have as much, or just use as little and bring net positive into the system?
Well, Prometheus Hyperscale, the founder and the head of technology are in the audience, Trenton Thornock and John Gross. And what these guys have been working on this for over 4 years now, and it's a project and it's a company. And the project is a very large project in Wyoming. We think about 1 gigawatt, but possibly 3 gigawatts or more. It's a sustainable data center, and the question is, what does that mean? Yes. Data centers can be done in a more efficient way. There is no question about that. The technology that we will use at Prometheus is essentially based on liquid cooling versus air cooling. The majority of data centers today are cooled by air. Now, you might ask, what are the advantages of liquid cooling? Well, liquid has about 80 to 100 times more capacity to absorb heat than air, and heat is the big issue in these data centers. So that's number one. Number two, the temperature at the chip itself is the key variable in these designs. And liquid can actually enter the chip at 45 degrees C, whereas if it's air, it has to enter at 20 degrees C. Now, to get 20 degrees C air, you need a lot of coolers, you need a whole amount of refrigerant, and with liquid cooling, the only refrigerant is what's in the fridge on the kitchen on the campus itself. And then finally, the air systems that go behind air cooling, the fans, are parasitic power usage of about 15%. Ethna, the upshot of all of that is with a data center of our design in Wyoming, and we hope to take this more broadly across the US and internationally, we think we can reduce power consumption by up to 50%. On top of that, and 50% is obviously massive. On top of that, we're going to capture the heat that comes off the data center. We're going to reuse it. We're going to put it into a farm, actually, that will grow stuff. And that heat, instead of being a waste product, will actually be a commodity that we will sell to other places. So we will do that. And we will also have zero water usage, zero in this design, because we're drilling into underground reservoirs that are not used by anyone else. So these are the types of opportunities. So you're quite right. There's a huge amount of fear, and I would argue mistrust around AI, and that is somewhat understandable. But there are solutions to this, and we must work on enacting solutions that minimize that downside, which is there. It's called power usage in predominant sense. Minimize that power usage, and then how we amplify the positive. So that's what we're trying to do at Prometheus.
Greg, I know you want to come in on this, but do that and follow up on this. And also when we look at, you know, the green grid as such. I mean, I know you're putting a lot of energy into the grid in the UK, and a lot of renewable and a lot of clean energy. Many countries are trying to do the same, but we're not there yet. I mean, how are we going to get there, and, you know, how fast do we need to move?
I mean, so first of all, by the way, if you hear something once, it's an anecdote. If you hear it twice, it's a trend. And we're working to build data centers in the UK where using liquid cooling, we'll be able to heat homes and even municipal swimming pools as a byproduct. And so actually, instead of the data center being a challenge for the system, it replaces heating systems and does something useful while it's at it.
I mean, it changes the whole concept.
It changes the entire concept, right? And I think this is a great example of what happens when we start thinking about the green grid. Because the reality is, as we're changing our energy system, we're creating opportunities we've never had before. And let me give you a couple of examples, right? So I mentioned earlier that we can give people 20,000 miles a year of free driving, right? By the way, in most countries, the cost of driving is a political headache. Politicians across Europe and the US and around the world have been terrified of the cost of driving. And the answer is electric
that government
cars.
tax part of it as well, yeah.
The answer is electric cars using AI to optimize how we use that renewable power. But we're now doing it with houses too. So we now build houses in the UK, in New Zealand, in Germany, and we're doing more countries too, which will never have an energy bill. Using AI, we've modeled billions and billions of permutations of weather and energy consumption. And for a given design of house, we can say how much solar paneling it needs, what size heat pump in a colder climate, and what water heater, what smart water heater, and what battery. And as long as the house is built with the right specification, we guarantee no energy bill for 10 years. And frankly, as long as it's well maintained, that'll carry on forever. So what you're doing here, these are all opportunities to use this colossal amount of data we have to model and to optimize, to move from a world where the switch to renewables was seen as a compromise, as a cost. People say, how can we afford this? To a world where it's actually going to save money. And it reinvents industries. So that free housing, right? We make more money optimizing one of those houses than we do selling energy to a normal house. The house builder has houses people want to pay a premium for and that sell faster. And the householder never has to worry about an energy bill. This is a win for everybody. And of course, most importantly, it's a win for the climate.
And it's a big positive disruptor. I mean, and people have to get used to the fact that it's not business as usual. We're actually shifting, we have to rethink this. Sorry, Bernard, do you want to come in here?
No, I just think, and Greg is the epitome of how our attitudes can shape our actions, and what he's done with Octopus Energy, I think
the Mutual Admiration Society here. But no, you're doing
brilliant.
great stuff. Go, guys.
And beyond that, you look at what AI can do for the power generation sector more broadly. Imagine what it can do to help us site windmills or solar panels to have the highest load factor. It can help us there. Imagine what it can do to the planning time, sometimes 4, 5, 6 years for offshore wind. Imagine if we unleashed AI on that, what it can do. Power lines today have limitations, some of which are theoretical limitations. I've heard that AI can help us redesign that to think about how we can increase the capacity. Hugely important. We've got the infrastructure. How do we make more use out of it? How do we make sure that we know when the demand's coming before it comes so that we can optimize? And I think there are a lot of people asking, what could this add up to? And I think there's a possibility that this could add 10, 20% to the capacity of the renewable system that we have today. So for no additional dollars, for no additional space, imagine if we could increase the capacity of that system by 10 or 20%, it would be for free. And why wouldn't we want to do that? So these are the types of things that begin to get unlocked. And while we must manage the negative, and we will, we must also embrace that positive and unleash it.
And again, I mean, it might be a battle for the regulators and the policymakers at this point. And Greg, that's also what I want to ask you to just comment on a little bit. Because in every country, we have different regulations, different policies, all of that. And as Bernard says, planning permission right now takes forever. I mean, how do we shift that concept as well?
Well, that's a great example. I mean, I think when I talk to our team about the use of AI, which we use across the business, but there are 2 areas they're most excited about. We haven't mentioned them. The first one is, I think in that planning process, our renewable generation team process several dozen multi-100-page contracts every week for the SPVs and the financing arrangements, not just the planning, but the whole bureaucracy. And I mean, they've just shifted all of that processing to AI, which now can read through the contracts and flush out the key points A human will still negotiate the key points, but it's reduced the amount of work 20x. But the other area is customer support. So 45% of all of the support we provide to customers is now generated by AI. The interesting thing is that customers rate the support they get from AI more highly than from humans. We started by doing this during the energy crisis when we were getting twice as many contacts from customers who just couldn't pay their bills. And it improved our service in that toughest of times. But we're at the stage now where the AI won't just write to you saying, hey, look, you can have a £200 refund on your bill. It will also process that refund.
Wow.
And so you're getting to the point where the AI is so good at telling us what's going to happen, it can then start to do it. And one of our clients is now using AI on phones, where the customer phones in and the AI has a chat with the customer. What's great is it'll do all the KYC and anti-money laundering stuff. But if the customer says, look, their name is Mickey Mouse, the AI laughs and jokes back. Because it's not like the old stuff where you had to try and get the AI, the machine to understand you. This not only understands you, it can have a conversation. And I was talking to a regulator about this, and they said, but the problem is, computers don't have empathy. And I can tell you how wrong that was. I showed them. The very first email I saw our AI writing to a customer was a customer who just got out of hospital. And they'd been in hospital for a few months and hadn't been able to pay their energy bills. And the AI opened the email by saying, dear customer, and we had their name, at a time like this, there are more important things to worry about than your energy bills. It then went on to talk about the state of the energy bill, but at the end, it said, but look, far more importantly, I hope your health improves. If you've ever got a problem with your energy, give us a call, but please don't worry about it.
And pay your bill later. Well, that's pretty nice. That's nicer than some of the energy companies around. But
honestly, even our team who
and I've heard some good discussions with AI. Yeah. Fascinating.
Even our team who are brilliant, when they're stressed and busy, they can forget to be empathetic, but the computer doesn't.
Wow. Talking about being stressed and empathetic, I think the energy transition is a bit stressed and maybe not as empathetic as we thought it would be. I want to talk to you just very briefly about this, Bernard, in terms of where do you see it at the moment? We're not where we thought we would be, we're not where we should be, and again, we're all looking to AI to actually help maybe escalate the energy transition. Can it do it? Can it be the savior here? And what do we need to put in place?
Well, I think I'm actually more optimistic in many ways than I have been about the transition. And one of the main reasons that I am more optimistic is because I think the conversation has become more real, more practical, more pragmatic, and dare I say it, less ideological. Right. And I think actually that the UAE consensus, which was formed here at COP28, was actually a big part of that, because one of the core tenets that Dr. Sultan had was about inclusivity. So we have more pragmatism and more realism and more focus on solutions rather than positions. And that's got to be a positive thing. There is an increasing acknowledgement that we need to invest in today's energy system. And today's energy system includes oil and especially gas. And if we don't invest in today's energy system, there won't be a transition. And then I would argue there may not be an economy. So there's an emerging realism around investing in today's system. There's an emerging pragmatism around the need for carbon capture, carbon removal, carbon storage, carbon optimization, carbon management, all these things to do with carbon. Because as we've seen, we're going past 1.5 degrees and we're going to have to deal with carbon. And there's an emerging pragmatism around cost and security, because at the end of the day, if we give people the choice between security of energy, cost of energy, and a clean energy, they will choose, and certainly in many parts of the world, they will choose cost and security. Our job, and the work that Greg is doing is massively giving us the proof points of this. Our job is to make sure that people don't have to make that choice, that we can actually give them what they need. But if they have that choice, and if we don't do some of those things, like investing in today's system, investing in carbon capture, we will give people a choice, and I know what they will choose, and it won't be positive for the transition. It's a very fact of life. So that's why I'm optimistic. AI, Ethna, is on top of that, and AI has come at just the right time. and we need it. And with the examples that Greg gave, and hopefully some of the ones that I gave, I think we can be incredibly optimistic about the potential here for this to be a net-net positive.
We hope so. Greg, closing word from you. Are you as optimistic? And again, just when we put it into the energy transition, how can we speed it up?
Yeah, look, I mean, around the world, we'll see some countries beginning to hesitate. But just as they're doing that, the leadership countries, you know, like we look at what's happening in China. 59% of all the world's renewables deployed last year were deployed in China. More than half of the cars sold in China this year are electric, and it's 20% cheaper to buy an electric car than a petrol car. Chinese electrification has gone from 10% of their economy 2 decades ago to 33%, overtaking all of the Western countries. And I look at the incredible announcement today by Dr. Sultan on the ability to generate 24/7 clean power from battery and solar. Like solar power fell by, 50% in cost over the last 2 years. Batteries, a very similar amount. As we see all these cost curves plummeting, I think those that are brave and push through this challenging part of the transition have the opportunity to build the energy giants of the 21st century using the increasingly lower costs of the hardware and the super smart optimization that Bernard was absolutely right about, that we can get from, for example, AI, to create a cheaper energy system. And as you said, Bernard, like if we create a world where the cheapest solution is also the cleanest, people don't have to choose.
Yes.
It's our job to make that happen.
Well, and thank you both so much. We have to leave it there. I mean, here we have two industry players, I mean, really looking at what's going on here. And I think their optimism and just, I think the passion and commitment of what you're doing needs to be commended. Well done, gentlemen. So again, Greg Jackson and Bernard Looney, thank you so much. And thank you, our dear audience. We have a big panel coming up, so don't go away.
Thank you to Edna Triner and the panelists for that wonderful discussion. Well, our next panel will explore how policy frameworks can evolve to bridge investment gaps from $570 billion to $4.5 trillion annually by 2030, while ensuring equitable energy systems transformations for all. Well, join me now in welcoming John Defterios and his esteemed panelists to the stage.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and you laid out the landscape for us in terms of the overall pricing. This is a terrific panel. In fact, the panel's so good, I really don't need to introduce them by title. How's that? Former U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry, Special Climate Representative, of course, Lord Adair Turner with the Energy Transitions Commission in the UK, but former chair of the Financial Services Authority, Rachel Kite, who leads the Climate Committee for the United Kingdom as well, and His Highness, the Director General of ARENA. I say that because you're a hometown favorite, Francesco La Camera from ARENA. Can we give them a warm welcome here to the stage? Thank you very much. Just want to remind the panel that we have 30 minutes divided by 4. So I'm going to ask, I want to really get through 2 clear interventions here. So try to give me 2.5, 3 minutes max per round. And they're not simple questions, because the math indicates we had a record, Secretary Kerry, last year of investment of $570 billion. That's the good news, right, if you will. The bad news, and you know these numbers extremely well, the target's $1.5 trillion, and 90% of that funding is going to the OECD countries, which is the challenge as well. For example, Africa is getting 1%. So the multi-trillion-dollar question here is, how do you see the state of the global energy transition? And everybody wants to know, will it be derailed by Trump 2.0, because he's not a big fan of the UN structure or giving more money to the World Bank, or a believer in climate change despite what's facing us? Take it on.
Well, first of all, thank you to the UAE for putting this on and for reintroducing the word sustainability into actions which are anything but. I think it's fair to say, I think it's important for us to have a good starting point here. For 36 years, we have been sort of loosely organizing ourselves through 29 COPs and a whole bunch of negotiations and a whole bunch of talk. We are making amazing progress. We are doing incredible things. And there are so many different technologies that are beginning to sort of build up and come online that you have to be excited about that, but you also have to be realistic in making clear to people that it's not enough, it's not fast enough. I think the amount of money that we've been sort of talking about actually is about at 1.8 trillion in venture capital, in investing in all energy sectors and transitional issues. And that's an improvement. It was for the first time in human history, twice as much money as was invested in fossil fuel. Absolutely. So there's a shift. And the price of oil went down regularly while demand for energy went up. And so we're looking at a very important moment in this journey where we have got to understand that the targets that have come out of global negotiations and countless scientific papers do not reflect anybody's ideology. They don't reflect politics. They don't have a liberal conservative label to them. It is science. And we forget that. It is science based on mathematics, physics, some biology, and some chemistry. And we've been hearing the same warnings since 1988, when Jim Hansen first sort of in the modern era said, this is happening, you all better watch out. Well, even though we're making this progress, even though we're investing, we are seeing Mother Nature tell us on a regular basis that we're not doing enough. Now, I'm not going to sit here and be an expert on what, whether it was a electric line or a spark that caused what happened in California, but the drought is part of the global change in climate. The drought itself, the dryness, the lack of water, other kinds of things. So we have to begin to recenter ourselves on how we are going to accelerate the transition. In the UAE, last year, we came to, I think, the strongest of all the convention, the conference of the parties, all of the COPs, and I was at day one in Rio and many in between. That was by far the most dramatic and important statement that has been made, which is, I repeat it, we must transition away from fossil fuel so as to achieve net zero by 2050. And I'm now believing we're far enough along, you better start to question the net part of that. You got to get real reductions. We have to do it accelerating in this decade, which is really important language, according to the
target is 3 times tripling renewables, as you know, and reducing
tripling renewables, tripling energy, tripling nuclear, and doubling efficiency.
Those are hard numbers to hit, as you know.
They are hard numbers to hit, and they're being made harder right now by casual indifference in many parts of the world by many parties that have the ability to make different decisions, but it's business as usual in too many places. So we have to decide, either we are serious. I mean, why are we all here? Why are we talking about all these new technologies? Why are people individually pushing towards these goals? Because we know that if you don't meet those goals, it's catastrophic. And yet, we're not bringing to scale even the current technology. There are many, many experts out there who tell me that if we just deployed more of the existing technology of renewable that we have today, and we brought a few other things online in these next few years, we could meet the goal of a 50 to 52% reduction by 2030. That's what we're supposed to do. What's the word? I'm frustrated and to some degree angry that we're sitting here, even though a lot is happening, and I don't want to diminish that.
No, of course.
But it's just not going to meet the goal, and our job is to meet the goal.
Great. Thanks very much. Lord Turner, it's great to have you. I knew you from covering the Financial Services Authority during the global financial crisis. This is another crisis, and I think if you can outline what the Energy Transitions Commission's goal is here, And I think it's worth saying, if there is resistance, what are the political realities, and how do we tilt it where that money needs to be deployed, because climate doesn't know any boundaries. If Africa is getting 1.5% of the total investment, we have a problem, right? Because you can't have, especially with AI adoption, multiple speed transitions taking place. Please.
Well, at the Energy Transition Commission, what we do is we analyze the techno-economics of how to get the whole world to net zero. And I agree with Secretary Kerry, there's an issue about what we mean by net, but something like zero by 2050. And then we argue for the policies, the actions, the international commitments that can take us in that direction. And if I had to characterize how we see the world today, it's politics bad, technologies fantastic. I think we have to be clear that the political trend is adverse. I don't think one can deny that the election of Donald Trump as the next president of the US is bad for the prospects for containing climate change. The fact that there will be a pullback of America from its domestic commitments and also from its international engagement, which Secretary Kerry played such a hugely important part in over many years. This is bad for the global climate transition. And it's not just in America. In Europe, there's a lot of populist far-right movements now challenging our commitments to get to net zero, and in particular challenging any idea that we should help the rest of the world get there. I think we have to be clear that some of what was agreed at Baku on climate finance is a bit of a fantasy land. I mean, if you think that the rich developed world is going to put its hands in its pockets for large amounts of grant finance rather than just, private finance for a return, I'm afraid that world is disappearing. I wish it wasn't, but the politics are very much against that. So the politics are adverse. The technologies are amazing. Solar PV has come down in price in the last 50 years by 99.9%, and it is going to go on falling, and it is going to go on having higher and higher yields. The other technology which is extraordinary, and you ain't seen nothing yet, is batteries. Battery costs are down something like 50% in the last 2 years. Huge breakthroughs occurring in multiple new sorts of new battery chemistry, which will give us higher energy density or much lower cost, for instance, with sodium batteries. And that means that the electric vehicle revolution is absolutely unstoppable. Norway this year will be 100% electric vehicle purchases. China is over 50%, it'll probably be 55% this year. It's just a matter of time before that happens across the world. But equally important, batteries as a storage device is transformational. Right. Solar plus batteries in much of the world, in the sunny parts of the world where most of the renewables will come from solar, solar plus batteries is going to be the killer app of the renewables, of the energy transition, and it will be the cheapest way to produce round-the-clock electricity in most parts of the world. Round-the-clock electricity. Electricity, 100% of hours in the year.
Okay, let's park it there.
The crucial thing we've got to do is how do we unleash that investment? How do we take that technological possibility? And it's not primarily about grants or concessions. It's about seizing an investment opportunity which is there. It's about mobilizing capital, and that's what we've got to focus on. And that's why this part of the world, Middle East, is hugely important, because it can be a huge mobilizer of capital, including, for instance, into places like Africa, which are sitting on the most enormous opportunity, essentially to skip the fossil fuel generation and go almost immediately to a deeply electrified, deeply renewable system.
Okay. Yeah, it was $85 billion into battery storage. So there's a business-based case because the money's finding a home. So I'm glad you brought it up. Professor Kite, it's good to see you again. Two things here. The UK is very dedicated to net zero. And you wanted to focus on this idea of how do we deploy money, picking up on Lord Turner's comments here, to the places who need it the most. And I would imagine the UK wants to raise investment money for its own transition at the same time. What is realistic? Because we had a heck of a fight in Baku about the loss and damage fund. with aspirations to $1.3 trillion, we settled on something that was less than 1/4 of that. Professor?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to the UAE for really quite splendid opening this morning. And the fact that we're all here is testament to the fact that, you know, this transition is underway. The only thing that's in doubt, no matter who's getting elected where, is the speed of the transition and whether or not we bring everybody along with it in a way that is fair and just. So what does that mean for a new UK government? Well, we published on the 13th of December our global, our domestic transition plan for 2030, the law that will take us to that point. Because while we have a net zero commitment for 2050, we have a very ambitious plan for the net zero energy system of the UK by 2030. So we'll be at almost 100% net zero at that point. And what that means is that we will mobilize our own domestic investment and attract more international investment into the fact that we have that kind of ambition, that we have a lot of the pieces in place that we need to manage in an integrated way, that energy transition. And there are things that we know that we need to improve. I think that the last panel started talking about some of that. So yeah, it takes too long to bring renewables onto the grid at the moment, but a lot of that is addressed in the new law and the new act, and then that's going to drive action over the next 4 to 5 years. Why are we doing that? Well, we have an obligation to get to net zero, but more importantly, we want to be an energy secure economy. We also want to be one of the economies that wins by manufacturing and exporting our know-how in how to do this in a world where everybody is trying to do it. And if we only account for 1% of the emissions of the world, the security, energy security, and the well-being and the prosperity of British people depends on us engaging with the rest of the world, so that the rest of the world is moving at the speed of the UAE, the speed of the UK towards this energy transition. So it makes complete sense to engage with the rest of the world in helping this transition move more smoothly. And one of the places where we engage is on the finance. So there is the question of mobilizing the finance, which becomes a large preoccupation in climate negotiations. But finance will flow to where it can make a decent return. And so one of the things that we see, and we see the Brazilians who will host the next COP focusing on this, is an improvement in the planning and the permitting that is needed for the transition to move more quickly. That we have better utility structures, so we've got better laws and regulations around utilities that can then help countries move towards this energy transition. That we attack the obstacles and the blockages in interconnections to make sure that we can bring renewable energy through grids around the world, that we attack the blockages in the way in which our grids are operating, and that we take the know-how of how it's working and how we're learning, and we deploy that more efficiently. And in a country which has made so much advance on AI, and we, on Monday of this, what day? It's Tuesday today, right? So on Monday of this week, our Prime Minister announced a very aggressive plan for AI in the UK, that we use AI not only to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness of the management of the demand, that we find ways to really, as Bernard was saying on the last panel, without putting enormous amounts of money back into the system, that fine-tune it to go faster. But we can use AI to help the new distributed renewable energy technologies at a much cheaper price, reach all of those people who don't have energy. So for us, it's about delivering our commitment to the British people, which is the reason why this government was elected, and it's the international engagement around that agenda, because this only works for us if it works for everyone, and a belief that it isn't going to cost. We focus in climate negotiations on the cost of things. Outside of climate negotiations, we concentrate on the value of things from an investment perspective. We believe that we can achieve this transition, obviously with smart investment, but with a system that values technology, that technology can actually advance the reach into people's lives. And so for us, there may be storm clouds gathering, your question to Lord Turner, but those storm clouds will pass, because the point on the horizon to which we're all focused hasn't changed. The science hasn't changed. And the winners are going to be the countries that can manage their way through that transition more quickly than others. And we want to be a trusted partner in that process.
Okay, very good. You brought up AI, which is also going to take up a lot more energy, up to 20 to 30% by the end of the decade if we deploy very quickly. Let me just bring in the Director General here, and then we'll circle back, and then we have 6 minutes between the four of you, because nobody followed the 2.5-minute rule, so don't blame me. Francesco, two key topics here you wanted to address. One is what Rachel brought up, and that is, how do you make sure that there's information sharing and technology transfer to the global south so we don't have an unjust energy transition? How do you use international cooperation? I know there's programs in ARENA to accelerate that so they have access to the latest technologies, and there's not barriers to Chinese technologies going to Africa, Southeast Asia, and to LATAM. Please.
We have our program of cooperation. I think in some way, the most important initiative is the one that we launched for Africa, the Accelerated Partnership for Renewable Energy in Africa, under the leadership of President Ruto. We launched it in occasion of the Africa Summit, September 2023. We had 7 African countries with us, and as partners, we had from the beginning the UAE, we have Germany, Denmark, and the United States of America. And this initiative is really attracting a lot of interest. From 7 countries, we reached now 11 countries, African countries. And during the General Assembly in the last 2 days, we have received interest of other 2 countries to come. I think that shortly will be overcome 15, perhaps more, African countries. Also from the donor side, we have received the interest of Japan. So now we are becoming quite consistent. We have a pipeline of projects already that is invested every year in Africa on renewable projects. We are working for the plan for this country. We are organizing investment forum. This means that in Nairobi last October, I think, I had for the time the impression that we are making the difference in that continent. And we will continue to work in Africa. But naturally, we know that Africa and Southeast Asia are key. The Paris Agreement is at stake in these 2 regions of the world. This means that we have to work in Africa, we have to work in Southeast Asia. This means that we are discussing with the Singaporean authority to launch a similar initiative of APRA for Southeast Asia, as we did with Azerbaijan for ASEAN region. We will have an investment forum also for Southeast Asia in the third quarter of the next year. And this is the reason we are discussing with the Brazil COP 2030 presidency. We will launch under the leadership of President Ruto an initiative for Latin America. We will have a first investment forum in 2026, first quarter in Brazil. So what ARENA is trying to do to make things happening in this continent. It's not easy, but we are trying.
Good. I know, Lord Turner, you wanted to pick up on Africa, and then I wanted to talk about the private sector and your initiative, Secretary Kerry. Lord Turner, Africa is a case study because there is the solar potential. I get a little bit frustrated because ESG principles sometimes hold back investment because of the governance in Africa, as it's seen. Interest rates are super high. The credit risk is not covered. Can you do that in a minute? I know we're tight on time, please.
Well, I can't remember whether it's IEA figures or it may be IRENA figures, but somebody's worked out that the solar potential...
You have to grab your handheld, Francesco, if you want to speak.
The total solar PV output of Africa, if you wanted it, could credibly be over 1 million terawatt hours per annum, which is 10 times what I have ever seen as the most extreme scenario of all the electricity that the world will need in a completely decarbonized zero economy. So let's be clear. I know that the phrase is from IRENA. The solar resource of Africa is, for all intents and purposes, limitless. But up until about 3 years ago, total sub-Saharan African PV installations were less than the Netherlands. And I have to say, I do occasionally go to the Netherlands, and it's not the sunniest place in the world. The fundamental problem is about capital flow. It's about the cost of capital. because in a renewable system, all the cost, effectively all the cost, is the capital up front with almost zero operating costs. So what we've got to do, and we've got to take the extraordinary benefit of the fact that the cost of the technologies, both the solar and the batteries, are now collapsing. We've got to combine that with capital. That will mean combining Western capital, Middle Eastern capital, Chinese capital, with primarily, for now, Chinese technology. And I think we've got to be blunt that that's what it's going to be, and we shouldn't accept any limits to it. I don't think it would be right for anybody to try to say to an African country, you've got to buy anything other than the cheapest solar PV panels in the world, and the cheapest and best at the moment are coming from China.
Good. Thanks very much for the tightness of the answer as well. Very clear. Galvanized Climate Solutions, Secretary Kerry, is your new venture. You're co-chairing it. And I wanted to also address, and Francesco and Rachel, please jump in on this if you can. One of the arguments we always made is that renewables and wind can't be stable. We know the money that's going into battery storage. It doesn't provide the energy security. It doesn't meet the criteria of the trilemma. Where does your group work in this area to say renewables are a solution to the transition and they can be reliable and they're cost effective?
Well, you cannot achieve the goal without renewables, but you also cannot achieve the goal without efficiency, without nuclear, without a series. I mean, most of the scientists in the world will tell you it's going to take some nuclear to be able to get to the targets we've set. So we've got to be honest with ourselves. And in that context, nobody, this fight we've had at all these COPs, which is appropriate, over what the developing world is getting, what the global south is getting. But nobody should kid themselves into believing that if all of a sudden we change that paradigm this year, next year, that's not going to save the climate crisis. Because 48 sub-Saharan African states equal 0.55% of all the emissions, all put together. So don't pretend, that's a development challenge. And it is appropriate for us to deal with the development challenge as a matter of equity, decency, and self-interest. Because 7 million people are dying every year now from the bad quality of air that travels around the world. Who gets the worst of it? The developing countries. Who gets the worst of sea level rise? Developing countries. Because they don't have the money to adapt, which is why adaptation is going to grow as a challenge here. But here's what we have to remember.
It also affects migration, which nobody wants to talk about.
Exactly. There are a great number of the people who've crossed the border in Mexico are coming because they can't live where they lived. They can't grow the food they used to grow. And we have something on the border of about 36 to 39 million refugees now already knocking on the doors of other countries. So look, the challenge here is about 25 countries. China's number one, US number two, Europe as a whole, and then individuals like Russia, Indonesia, Brazil. There's some core countries, folks, that are totaling over 80% of all the emissions. What is the climate crisis? It is a crisis of human beings choosing for their lights, their warmth, their transportation, to burn fossil fuels without capturing the emissions. Now, I'm not here to say no fossil fuel. Gas is part of the transition. We're going to do gas on an affordability issue, also practicality right now. But there's a point when you get to 2030 that gas is going to have to see its emissions captured. Because you can't just turn one problem into the new problem. So building out a 30-year infrastructure for a gas facility doesn't make sense unless you know what the lifespan is going to be and that you're going to be able to capture all those emissions. So look, as I said earlier, I'm actually optimistic. I'm optimistic because I see what real money is now starting to do. And it's starting to invest counterintuitively in some places in large renewable energy plants, in alternative technologies, et cetera. We are almost at the point where we can balance energy in various places, which are really moving fast, to use solar, to use wind, and to use another balance of whatever their options are. Germany is up around 50% renewable now. If you turn to those other 25 countries I just talked about, Where are they on renewable? Single digits, tiny single digits. So think of the change it could make for the world if people take current technologies and understand that, you know, with respect, we're not here to crash gas or whatever it is. We're here to transition away. And most of the people I talk to at MIT or Stanford or Caltech, whatever, they're very doubtful we can bring to scale the level of capture we will need in the time frame we will need to be able to make it a success story. So yes, Vicky Holu, but Occidental, chasing direct air capture, terrific. Because if we're lucky enough to get to net zero by 2050, we then have to suck out of the atmosphere about 1.6 trillion tons of CO2, which is still going to do damage unless we get it right. So I want to see us come together in more of an international consortium. We ought to be putting more effort into small modular reactors. We ought to be putting much more effort in the deployment of renewable, get more supply chains in place. And right now, China, ladies and gentlemen, you know, a few years ago, we were pushing China, and I remember going to China in the middle of COVID, and China refused, said, no, we're not going to change. We have a goal. We're going to live with that goal. The last year when I left the job last year, China agreed to not only include all of their greenhouse gases in their national determined contribution, but also to put in place a national methane reduction plan. And today, China is producing and deploying more renewables than all of the rest of the world put together. So the challenge to the rest of us ought to be clear.
Okay, thanks very much. Rachel, I think it'd be inappropriate if I don't come back for a final word from you. You see the clock there. So where does the attention go then to make sure this is successful? I think, Secretary Kerry, you captured that with the 25 countries. It's really an interesting thought that that should be the coalition of the willing and the fastest. How do you see it yourself, Rachel, from your perspective?
Yeah, I think if you look at the countries that are leading, the UAE, Brazil, the UK, obviously other countries are coming forward with their plans this year, then we have a responsibility to work together to bring political support behind those countries that have plans that are going to be more difficult to implement. So how do we help South Africa that is now moving to go even faster? How do we help Indonesia to move to go even faster? How do we align ourselves behind India's ambitions, right? So this is, you know, this has been the way in which we've been working for a number of years, but we need to now sort of supercharge that. And certainly the UK, along with other countries, is prepared to do that. But we can only do that if we're listening, and we can only do that if it's pragmatic, we can only do that if we're in for the long haul, and we can only do that if we do that at home as well. So there's no point saying do as we say, it's do as we do. And I think, you know, coming in with a new government with an ambitious target, using the private sector, academia, organizations like ETC and others, we've got a lot to share. But there is a responsibility for leading countries to help other countries go the hard yards to make the transition work. And that's policy, regulation, getting the narrative right, explaining why this works, and then the finance.
Okay. 30 seconds, Francesca, with the handheld. Renewables provide energy security, right? They're sustainable, affordable, and they can deliver security. 30 seconds, please.
I can say it's a fact. It's cheapest to be decentralized, is the one that is more resistant to shock. So renewable ensure resilience and also convenience on the market. But I wish to say in this 30 seconds that following what has been said by Secretary Kerry, we are feeding the initiative of the Secretary General of the United Nations to concentrate on the G20 plus country. He will meet these countries in April. We'll prepare a report on that can really understand what are the responsibilities of what this country can do in behalf of the entire world. And my last word is on when we talk about technological neutrality and mixed technology. I wish to make my point that the most important variable in fighting climate change is time. Because the physics of climate change cannot allow us to do later what we have to do now. Yeah. And if we have to reduce 43%, as the IPCC is requesting, emission by 2030, the only technology that is available in time and scale is renewables.
Thanks. Yeah, climate doesn't wait for our political machinations here. Just so I don't get the organizers out of whack, but the secretary whispered at me and says, I'd like to get 30 seconds on Trump. I tried to entice you at the front end of this conversation. If you could do Trump in 30 seconds, I would really
I got carried.
chapeau and tap my hat, and then we have to wrap.
I now have something in my eye which is bugging me.
That I can't solve.
Just very quickly on Trump for everybody. When Trump came in last time, he moved out of the Paris Agreement. And despite his not being in the Paris Agreement, 75% of the new electricity that came online during the Trump administration came from renewables. And the IRA, which has been an enormous kickstart on batteries and other things we're doing, the IRA, 85% of the money is going to so-called red states. So I don't see a lot of my former colleagues in the Senate, Republicans, going in and saying, hey, kill the jobs we created in our state. Get rid of that factory. I don't think that's going to happen. Moreover, and most importantly, during the Trump administration, the governors of our 50 states, 37 of them had renewable portfolio laws and still do, and they followed the law. And so they all continued to do what they were doing. And we had a movement in America called We're Still In. And if next Monday Donald Trump pulls out of the agreement, I promise you, all those governors and all those mayors, over 1,000 mayors, are going to stand up and say, we're still in. So Donald Trump may pull out, but America is going to stay in what it's doing. And I think it's important for people to understand that.
It's an important last word. If I think I have the math correct, Secretary, it's $100 billion deployed under the IRA in the first 2 years, which is extraordinary in terms of business development for the states
And
alone.
the belief is that it's a tax credit. So it's whatever company applies for it and is qualified for it gets the tax credit. And they estimate that it could go up over several billions of dollars.
Great. Nice to see you all. I wanted to thank our organizers for the extra time. What a great panel. Secretary Kerry, Lord Turner, Rachel Kite, Professor, nice to see you again. DG, I was only in jest in case I have some people say, why'd you call him His Highness? That was in jest. The Director General of ARENA, thanks very much. Can you give him a nice round of applause? Thank you very much.
Thank you, of course, again to John and that incredible panel for that aspirational discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now have another session with our moderator, Charlotte Kahn, and our esteemed panelists who will be discussing transforming ambitions to unlock resiliency, inclusivity, and prosperity.
Good afternoon, everyone. Delighted to be with you to moderate a discussion on transforming ambitions, realigning economies for a resilient, inclusive, and prosperous future. I am delighted to welcome three speakers with vast experience of the energy transition and with very different perspectives and insights on the topic. By my side is Chand Budai, Chief Industry Officer at Sustainable Markets Initiative, Professor Chung, Nobel Prize Laureate and Board Director of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation, and Bernard Dagger, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer, Middle East and Africa, Grid Solutions at GE Vernova. And please join me in extending a very warm welcome to our guests this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. So some context to kickstart this conversation. A transition is indeed always a moving landscape. It requires constant adjustments. There are setbacks, but there are also milestones and causes for celebration. And here's one. For the first time back in 2023, global renewable energy generation exceeded 40% of the world's total electricity. And the International Energy Agency predicts that global renewable capacity will increase over 5.5 gigawatts during the period of 6 years between 2024 and 2030. Now that's 2.6 times more than in the 6 years before that. So how do we pursue this momentum and maximize the economic benefits of the energy transition to create more jobs and create more resilient economies? So Chan, to start with, I am turning to you to kickstart this dialogue because the Sustainable Markets Initiative aims to mobilize the private sector around the transition. And given the recent political shift or noise, some may say, by some governments and some businesses too, around sustainability targets, and the fact that energy needs are changing. We've talked about AI this morning, of course, and the need for very energy-hungry data centers. How can we ensure that this momentum does not decelerate, that we remain ambitious, but also ensure a just transition? And I have a second part to my question, because what's important is capital and finance, of course. So what innovative financing mechanisms and partnerships can be developed to not lose that momentum and keep investing in the transition?
So thank you very much, Charlotte. I'm delighted to be here today with you, Professor Chung and Bernard. And assalamu alaikum, everyone in the audience. It's great to be here in the UAE. So as Charlotte said, I'm from the Sustainable Markets Initiative, or as we fondly call it, the SMI. And for those of you who don't know what it is, I'll just spend 2 seconds on what we do. So the SMI was founded by His Majesty King Charles III in 2020, when he was the Prince of Wales. And it's exactly 5 years this month since the initiative was founded, so it's our 50th anniversary. The SMI is considered the go-to private sector organization to enable creation of a sustainable future. That's the mission. It's a CEO member-led organization. We have over 250 CEOs, including the CEO of Masdar, Mr. Al Ramahi, who we're very grateful for his support and partnership on this. So Charlotte, as you said, I think we do have to acknowledge the reality is there is a shift on the sentiment towards sustainability, but we remain very optimistic. In fact, at the SMI, we consider it the growth story of our time, where we see unprecedented opportunities to develop the economic, the green economy, new sustainable industries, and also exciting new jobs. So we remain very optimistic. What we do need, though, to continue the momentum while the transition has slowed somehow is positive and strong market signals, our demand signals. And the private sector always responds to positive demand signals. It's our job. So I'll give a simple example. It's the topic of the day, AI and energy. To enable the growth of AI, we all know we need to enable the growth of energy. And we're seeing some really cool and collaborative deals coming out between the energy companies and the technology companies to satisfy that demand. And that's the momentum we need to tap into. The private sector will respond, give us the positive demand signals, and the momentum won't be reduced. Now, on your second question on capital and finance, I agree, we do need to be very innovative, in particular for the emerging and developing economies where priorities are just different from the developed world. So what I would say on this is blended finance becomes quite a vital tool. And what we've observed with transition projects is they really struggle in the early phases. So we do need substantial investment to make the transition a success. However, it can't be borne by the public services alone. We need the private sector with us on this. But if we can have donor governments giving concessional finance in the early stages of these projects, you know, where you have your technical analysis or your feasibility studies to get done, the projects become more understood. They become clearer in terms of their impact on the planet, but impacts commercially. And then the private sector is willing to route funds into those projects once, you know, the picture is shown. So we've done a great piece of work at the SMI. It's on blended finance. You can find it on our website. It gives great case studies on how this can be done.
Thank you very much. So let's ask the private sector what they think. With you, Bernard, of course. It's essential during this transition, of course, to ensure that grid stability and energy security is maintained. That's your job, of course. So how can governments and local authorities create policy frameworks that respond to the current market dynamics in terms of demand spike, for instance, and supply chain bottlenecks? They happen, of course, across the full energy value chain, from generation to distribution? And shall we be a bit more pragmatic, maybe, and accept the need for a more tailored energy mix, have a more holistic view of the transition with more distributed energy systems?
Thank you again for having me today, and it's a pleasure to be here representing GE Vernova, which is a company really a leader in the energy transition business, where our mission is really to electrify and decarbonize the world. So very relevant topic, and most of our activities are into helping governments and nations with their transition. You've mentioned a couple of points regarding this transition, which relate to the bottlenecks in the supply chain, and I think we need to move slightly to a more holistic approach. I mean, if I want to think about the solutions that we will need to do, I think we need holistic, inclusive, and fast solutions to be deployed. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit on these three items. So if you think about the butterfly effect, when one item eventually causes a huge impact somewhere else, today what we've been trying to do on the environmental side is to tackle many problems from a siloed approach. So we're asking governments or countries to do something, companies, private sector, without really looking holistically at what is really taking precedence over the other. I'll give a small example today. If I have a fleet of cars, 1,000 cars, if I move them to electric cars, automatically I got the credit of moving to green. But if these cars are being charged from a coal plant, did I really solve anything? So we go, if I use green electrons to actually charge these cars in a supply constraint world or market, I've actually taken that power from somewhere else. And this is what's happening today. When we say I'm clear on scope 1, most of the companies, unfortunately, are pushing them to scope 2, and scope 2 is being pushed to scope 3, which is tough to measure. So in my mind, we live under one roof. There is no point of having half of the room smoking and the other half not smoking. We really need to solve holistically for the equation of reducing carbon emissions. And we do that by establishing global priorities. So I think we don't lack willingness or intent to do action, and it's been shown a lot. But we need orchestrated efforts. We need a conductor to make sure that the efforts that we're all doing are actually optimizing the end goal, rather than sub-optimizing on metrics that can be measured only. By doing that, we start tackling the problem at a faster pace. So today, again, I can give you an example. The time factor is so important because having a solution that is less polluted by 50% today could be better than having one that is 70% less pollutive 10 years from now. So are we factoring in the time impact that we're having? Are we leveraging all the resources, all the fuel types that we have? I think the problem is no longer an or, this or that or that. The problem statement is a matter of how can we solve holistically and how can we add to each other? How can we collaborate to ensure that we have the best solution? Is not one solution, it's the inclusion of all solutions at the same time, given the dynamics that we have globally. And the other bottleneck which we look at is really the grid that you mentioned, right? So yes, we can talk about generation, and especially the electrical industry is hit by two opposing dynamics. We are electrifying a lot of industries. So you're pushing more demand on the electrical industry, and on top of this, the AI and data center new trend. So you have a billion people without access to electricity. So all of these you're trying to solve. Access to power, the increase in demand, plus you need to decarbonize in a place where the grid is not built for such two-way protocols in terms of generating and consuming. So we need to work holistically across all these fields, I think.
So we have a series of conundrums to solve all at once, at the same time, of course. So Professor Chung, your own energy transition journey started a very long time ago, back in the early 90s. And I'm hoping to get the macro perspective from you here, because you argue that the energy transition requires a switch from a free market to a sustainable market. So I'd like you maybe to explain what you mean by that exactly, and why you think the top-down approach we have been adopting for decades now is not sufficient, why voluntary consumer participation is key, according to you, and maybe tell us more about this Me First social media campaign.
Okay. First of all, it is my great pleasure to join this very prestigious stage where the vision and the leadership of UAE in leading the sustainability around the world. So it is my great pleasure to be here. And I have been involved in climate negotiation and the UN climate work since 1991 and until the Paris in 2015. So during the 3 decades of my involvement in the UN climate regime and the COP exercises for a long time, my observation is that so far we have been pushing, but mainly focusing on top-down by the government, which means NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution, and also emphasizing the ESG of the business, like a sustainable market initiative for the private sector or technology from the business sector. But one missing piece in solving this, of scaling the ambition, is consumer. How to engage consumers to shared responsibility. It cannot be done only by the government. It cannot be only done by the business alone. Without the sharing responsibility by the consumers, this is what I call bottom-up approach. And for that, luckily, recently, there's a huge change in the consumer demands. I have been witnessing around the world, the consumers are looking for green energy, and they are willing to pay even higher price for green energy, for peace of their mind, for the climate disaster issue. So around the world, not only just consumers, but even the businesses are willing to pay and use green energy in spite of the higher prices, because for businesses, it can give them higher marketing, branding power, improving their branding power if they use green energy. So new opportunity or new pull by the consumers and the businesses from the bottom up, and the focusing on the demand side, not only just the supply side by the technology and the private sector, but the demand side, meaning that consumers are demanding carbon-free and green energy, and that they are willing to pay a higher price for it. So we should seize this opportunity to use it, turn it around as a business opportunity or investment opportunity. In the case of Korea, 48% of the Koreans said that they are willing to pay double the price of electricity for green energy. 45% say no. So my proposal is that why don't we start with the 48% on a voluntary basis? This is what I call, in the free market system, we are competing for the cheapest price. But what I mean by sustainable market is that we have to compete for the quality, not just the cheapest price. Quality meaning that green energy and brown energy should have a different price. And green energy should have a higher price. People should be willing to pay for it. And this is what I call quality competition, not just price competition. So when increasing number of consumers are willing to pay higher price for green energy, then even businesses can make investment and money, profit out of this newly emerging consumers are demanding green energy. So this will be a new opportunity, and in order to encourage this kind of new trends by the consumers, I believe that we need a price differentiation between green energy and the carbon energy, so that we can give a choice for the consumers to choose. So price differentiation is a number one, systemic change necessary, economic system change. Number two is we need not only an economic approach, but we need a social approach, encouraging consumers to make a right choice, meaning that paying the right price for the green energy. So I call it Me First campaign. I should be the first to share the responsibility, and I call it me PDC, personally determined contribution, not just the NDC. Without PDC, there will not be NDC possible. But I see increasing optimism because many people, increasing number of young generation, consumers and businesses are willing to, like a sustainable market initiative, increasing number of businesses are willing to choose green energy. So this is something I am focusing on in scaling up our ambition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure what our other speakers or guests have to say about the matter, but your approach sounds almost contrarian when many studies have shown that consumers want to be good, but when it comes to actually paying the bill, cost is often the key factor. But Bernard, I'd like to go back to maybe more concrete examples of the transition at play with you, if possible. Could you share maybe real examples of unlocking projects and facilitating technology transfer, knowledge sharing, and capacity building in the energy sector, more collaboration to accelerate the global switch to low-carbon economy, to the low-carbon economy?
So again, we were talking about the resource constraints, and this comes not only for our industry, because again, there is that merger between IT and OT. Today, we compete for the same raw material with, let's say, electric car industries. We compete for the same talent with tech companies. So the world becoming very global, and there is a shortage of resources needed. So we really are trying to work with governments and countries to see how we can bring their talent, in-country talent, up to the level. Recently, we had a major success in Algeria. I can talk about that a little bit. This was a gas turbine manufacturing facility, and recognizing the bottleneck in the grid system, we expanded that facility to include switch gears and grid automation. And with a 5-year plan of training the team in Algeria to come up to speed and become more self-sufficient, let's say, in terms of that energy. And this is very important because this allows the planning, shaving off the peaks of the demand. Today, when you have, I don't think we have a systemic issue with the supply, but rather the timing, which is everybody wants to do the same thing at the same time. This long-term planning will allow the industries to adjust their production facilities, to localize, to help provide more access. So this is, I think, a good way of expanding capacity by working with local countries to improve their access to technology and products, basically.
And if I could just add to that, Charlotte, I think Bernard and Professor Chang, they're absolutely right. We need coordinated leadership efforts in this space. It won't happen in isolation or on its own. And we need to look at the transition of the green economy as an ecosystem and as an end-to-end value chain starting from the producer all the way to the consumer. Otherwise, there will be gaps. And a simple example would be in the aviation industry. In order to decarbonize aviation, we need sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF. You can scale up SAF, but if the airports are not ready or you don't have the specifications for using the fuel like you have jet fuel today, then there'll continue to be a gap. You won't be able to decarbonize aviation. So unless you look at it on the end-to-end value chain, producer to consumer, it won't transition in a smooth way.
Absolutely. Yes, please go ahead.
Actually, since you are talking about a specific example, I have a very interesting success story. Patagonia, the fashion brand. Patagonia is an example of sustainability can make business. And they are using recycled plastic and selling the product at higher price, not cheaper price. Still, consumers are buying it. I call it voluntary market and the voluntary choice by the consumers who are aware about the sustainability issue. We should encourage, I call this kind of thing is voluntary market, because in transformation from free market to sustainable market, we can jump. In the middle, we need a voluntary market where the conscious people, consumers, can make a voluntary choice first. And I hope these consumers, they can inspire the rest of the society so that they can follow and join them.
Thank you very much. And Professor, I'd like to maybe elaborate on this green growth paradigm you worked on so much decades ago. What strategies, in your view, could be implemented to address the social and economic impact of the energy transition, which I promised to address during this panel?
Yes. Actually, I have been proposing the green growth idea. It's a new paradigm, turning the climate crisis into business opportunity, investment opportunity, and the job creation. That has been, I've been proposing it since 2005, and it has been spread out since then. But so far, it is an uphill battle. Why the uphill battle? Because of the free market system. Majority of the market is competing for cheapest price, and is short term. And very difficult to go over time gap between short term and the long term. All our sustainability issues are long term, but typically businesses cannot wait 20 years because business has to make money in 1, 2, 3, 5 years. So this is a time gap issue. Then how can we close this time gap? We need the government support, also innovation technology, but at the same time, consumer understanding and the consumer support by paying the higher price for transition. Consumers, ultimately, it is the consumers. They have to take the cost. We cannot just rely on government and the business to absorb the cost. We are enjoying the services and the products, and the consumers should be ready to take the responsibility. We cannot just finger-pointing government and the business to take all the responsibility. So now is a time for consumer revolution.
A consumer revolution. Thank you very much. It's time to wrap up this conversation, unfortunately, but before we go, I would like you all to maybe share your message with the audience here and online, of course, or maybe a simple call to action.
From the SMI's perspective, our call to action would be the energy transition or the transition to a sustainable world cannot happen in isolation. So we need to continue collaborating within the private sector, in particular between industry and finance, and with governments to show, enable the policy developments, but it needs to be coordinated so it's not chaotic.
Thank you. Professor Chang. Or Bernard.
Yeah. For me, increasing number of consumers are looking for opportunities to share the responsibility, but they are frustrated that there's no such a system available. So we have to design price differentiation between green choices and the brown choices so that consumers can make choice. So now the consumers has to raise a voice, give us a system change that we can exercise our voting right to choose green choice. Because at the moment, green and brown energies are at the same price. There's no differentiation. We want price differentiation between the green and the brown choices.
Consumer empowerment through price differentiation. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Yeah, again, just to add on what has been said already, I think it is a team sport. It's not going to be an individual contribution by any means, and it will cover the industries, the private sector, the government sector, and the consumer, to what Professor Chan was saying. So we need a holistic 360 degrees approach, and we need to change our time horizon of looking at things. While we know that 2050 is a long time from now, but most of the people who are actually driving the strategies might not be, I will not be in the working field 20 years from now. So we need to really work on the young generation from the school, change that. This should become a cultural shift, and because they will see those actions being actually fulfilled. So let's make sure that we change the culture so that we have the 360 degrees collaboration between all parties for a successful future.
Many thanks to you, Bernard, Professor Chung, and Chan, of course, for being with us this afternoon. Many thanks for a great discussion on the energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you to Charlotte, and of course to our wonderful panel there. Well, our next discussion this afternoon will address powering progress across the energy sector. And Dana Al-Umar will lead this session. Please join me in welcoming her and our esteemed panel to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's session. I'm Dana Al-Omar, technology reporter from the National News. And today's session is quite an interesting one. It is Powering Progress, Reinventing Energy and Industry for Lasting Prosperity. As we look ahead in 2030, which is 5 years from now, the energy sector is poised for a significant transformation with a projected $400 billion annual investment in clean technologies by global energy companies. This shift presents a unique opportunity to reshape the future of energy, industrial infrastructure, and sustainability. Today's panel will explore how energy companies, with their vast expertise in production, distribution, and infrastructure, are uniquely positioned to drive clean technology deployment, manage the transition to renewable energy, and unlock substantial new value in the evolving energy markets. So without further ado, let's dive into our discussion. But before that, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panel of experts, Mr. Musabbah Al-Ka'bi, CEO of Upstream at ADNOC, Mr. Oyvind Eriksson, President and CEO of Aker ASA, Mr. Steve Kelly, President and CEO of 1.5 International, and lastly, Mr. Trenton Thornock, Founder and CEO of Prometheus Hyperscale. To begin, Mr. Trenton Thornock, I'd like to ask you, in light of the rapid advancement in clean energy technologies, what do you see as the biggest barrier to scaling these solutions globally, and how can the energy sector overcome it?
Sure. So the journey in terms of scaling these clean energy solutions globally, I think we can liken to the redwood tree in California. It has a very tiny seed, but everyone knows that there's a massive potential there, and it carries within it monumental capabilities. And of course, that requires sun, water, good earth, and most of all, time. So we need a cohesive, scalable infrastructure ecosystem in order to levelize this for the whole world. So most of my time is spent thinking about what happens in the US. But we have the same issues that we're seeing globally, and that is that trying to integrate solar, nuclear, and other types of clean energy into systems that were designed for fossil fuels is creating all sorts of fragmentation. And as a result of that fragmentation, we see delays, we see discrepancies between what policy ambitions are and what real-world implementation is. And so really the ecosystem is the barrier. And there are kind of three ways that we can break down that barrier. The first one is resilient infrastructure, and what I mean by that is infrastructure that is modular, that is adaptable, and that is a platform that can integrate various types of energy inputs and do that seamlessly. And this is particularly important right now around the world as AI is taking up more and more energy. I think the second way is collaboration, and that has to do with government, the private sector, and also research and development. And I think the last way is through culture. So, what we've tried to do in our company, and what I've seen demonstrated here, especially this morning, was a real culture of optimism and a bias toward action. And I think getting us all on the same page in terms of alignment will help us to overcome that barrier.
Definitely. I think it's really important to be on the same page. And with regards to being on the same page, Mr. Musabbah, I want to know, how can traditional energy companies effectively manage the energy transformation to scale up all energy sources and to meet the growing demand?
Thank you. I think when you look at the energy outlook from now until 2050, that's where most of the climate targets are and net zero targets are, it's clear that the energy demand is growing. The total energy demand is increasing by 20%. Electricity power is almost doubling. So as a responsible energy producer, we have twofold of a challenge. One is to decarbonize the energy of today while investing in the energy of tomorrow. What I mean by energy of tomorrow, renewables, the alternative energy, so all sort of renewables, plus I would stress on the low carbon intensity products. In ADNOC and in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE in general, we always take a long-term view. So the UAE was the first country in the region to sign Paris Agreement, the first country to set net zero target by 2050. So that cascaded to all the institutions in the country, including ADNOC. So in ADNOC, we take a very long view when it comes to the energy. So we believe that all energy sources by 2050, we need all energy sources to meet the growing demand. So as a company, we embraced a more pragmatic and practical way of decarbonizing our operation, and we are among the lowest carbon intensity producers when it comes to the traditional energies of oil and gas, while investing in the energies of tomorrow through our investment in Masdar. And today, Masdar announced a very first of its kind, a project around the clock renewables with a base load of 1 gigawatt. That's transformational, and hopefully it's going to reshape the energy, the alternative energy and the renewable energy. When it comes to ADNOC, we also set a very ambitious targets, 10 million ton of carbon capture by 2030. We allocated $23 billion of investments to reach our targets. We also, through the UAE consensus in COP28, we were the founder of, one of the founders of a big initiative called OGDC, Oil and Gas Decarbonization Target. And that's very important because it helps a lot of players, 50 so far, of traditional oil and gas players to reach a concrete and specific targets by 2030 and beyond.
Definitely, and discussing decarbonization, we're in the region or the country that focuses a lot on also technological advancements. And Mr. Eriksson, I want to know, because ADNOC also uses a lot of AI, digitalization, and their aim is for decarbonization. I want to know, how can energy companies as well effectively leverage this advancing technology, whether it's artificial intelligence and industrial digitalization technologies, to drive efficiency in existing infrastructure and accelerate decarbonization efforts?
Sure. So our data and AI company, Cognite, has the pleasure of collaborating with ADNOC already. And that collaboration proves that AI is one of the most profound technological inflection points of the 21st century. It's real, it's available, it works, it impacts at scale capital allocation and investments, and it's about to redefine winners and losers, both in existing businesses and in new business areas. Still, leaders complain about lack of value realization from the investments in AI tools. So, why? And the first reason why companies struggle to realize value is the fact that they have not organized their data properly. So without a complete and quality assured set of data, AI has hardly any value. Our company, Cognite, provides a technology which solves that and enables already today AI with a significant value outtake. When you have solved the data problem, it's all about change management, how to reskill your workforce, how to change your organizations, and how also to amend your working processes to take full advantage of new technology tools, including AI. And we have already proven some very, very exciting results. Let me spend a few seconds on 3 examples. First is utilization of the grid, which is important basically to provide more energy without significant investments in new infrastructure. With AI, we have helped the Norwegian national grid to boost the utilization of their existing grid. Another example is operation. When a piece of equipment fails, we typically run what we call root cause analysis. Last year, our engineers spent 6 months on identifying the root cause. Subsequently, we tried to do exactly the same with AI on top of Cognite's technology. It took 5 days. And last but not least, capital projects. The world will need an enormous amount of new project developments in order both to provide energy security and a transition. There's an enormous amount of waste throughout the value chain. AI has already proven that we can save a lot of engineering hours and we can fast-track procurement. And what I just described is exactly the approach taken by ADNOC here in UAE. So the piece of advice is look to ADNOC and look to this part of the world.
Definitely. With the rise of so many innovative solutions and that lead to so much efficiency. Mr. Kelly, we spoke in the Speakers Lounge about something quite interesting that I was intrigued by, and it was about the 24/7 power with no emissions. This is quite an innovative idea as well. I want you to elaborate more about it. Can you talk to me more about the 24/7 power with no emission?
Yes, thank you. So our 1.5's parent company, Occidental, is an investor in a company called NetPower, which is developing a really exciting technology that can help solve part of the problem that Dr. Sultan talked about this morning with the announcement that he made about the dispatchable power from solar and batteries. This provides an opportunity to deliver dispatchable power using natural gas, but with the CO2 that's produced by the combustion of the natural gas, which takes place in pure oxygen rather than air. And then the CO2 that's produced is the motive fluid in the turbine that generates the electricity. So this is a quite revolutionary way of going about generating electricity using natural gas. It doesn't require an additional carbon capture plant to be added to it. The CO2 is captured as a natural part of the process, and then that CO2 can be taken, it can be sequestered in a saline aquifer, it could be utilized in products, or it could be utilized in enhanced oil recovery, and so on. So this is there's a demonstration scale plant in South Houston, and the company NetPower is going to build the first utility scale plant in the Permian Basin within Oxy's operations for commissioning and startup in late 2027, early 2028.
Great. I'm deviating a little bit from the topic of that. I'm more curious with Mr. Thornock's idea about how can energy companies effectively collaborate with technology startups and research institutions. I think this is the most important thing with every single company, to listen to everybody's insights, whether it's a startup or a research institution, to accelerate innovation and to drive down the cost of clean energy technologies.
Right, so this is probably going to happen one collaboration at a time. And we talked about the different parties involved. I kind of think of this as building a suspension bridge, and you have all the cables that hang down, right? So the first one is the energy company like ADNOC. The second one is a technology company like Cognite or 1.5. The third one would be startups like ourselves. And maybe the fourth one is research institutes. And I think what's going to be required is for all of our organizations to work together to try to create a bearing cable, that kind of goes across the top of the bridge that carries the weight of innovation. And we have to do that together, because trying to do it in a disjointed fashion, I don't think gets us to where we want to be. It doesn't get us from where we are now across the chasm to where we think we want to be in the future. And I think there are also 4 pillars that support that innovation bridge. The first one's alignment, the second one is integration, and the third one is scaling. What I mean by alignment is making sure that we have shared goals. And that helps us get to effective collaboration. In terms of integration, I see integration across both the value and the supply chains. And the best example I have of that is our partnership with an SMR company in the US called Oklo, which is chaired by a guy named Sam Altman. When we started talking to them, we realized that combining their knowledge of their business along with our ability to reuse waste heat produced an effect where we can have 7x24 carbon-free energy on the upstream and also enable different types of industrial processes on the downstream.
I want to actually touch base on the idea of collaboration and regulation. Mr. Musabbih, I want to understand, because we're in the region and we are in the UAE, and you are the CEO of Upstream for ADNOC. What role can policy and regulatory frameworks play in pushing energy companies to invest in clean technology and facilitate a smooth transition to a low-carbon energy system?
I think when you look at in order to move through a just, orderly, and equitable energy transition, it's very clear that there are two enablers. One, of course, is the technology, and my colleagues addressed that. And I think the technology hopefully will play a big role, because taking solar, for example, I remember 2008, 2009, when we introduced solar in Abu Dhabi, it was almost in the mid 40 cents per kilowatt hour. Today, it's around 1.3, 1.4 cents per kilowatt, a significant reduction. I expect a lot of technology advancement will happen in that space, in the energy transition. Then second enabler, which is very important, as you highlighted, is the government policies. We've seen a lot of government policies, and I think it's very important, very critical, because inherently, when you look at the alternatives, they are costly. How do you incentivize customers and players to play in this space? I think by introducing the right policies. And we've seen the big debate now about IRA in the US. It's the right step, of course, to incentivize a lot of these new technologies. In other countries, they adopt contract for difference, CFD. So I think a sort of a government policies is required to drive the energy transition.
I think also the most important thing, other than government policies and regulations, is public perception and how to teach the public to understand that there's a problem. And that's why I want to follow up with Mr. Erickson. What role do energy companies play in influencing public perception and consumer adoption of renewable energy technologies? And what can be done to drive more widespread acceptance? How can energy companies deliver the correct message for people? I know ADNOC, for example, with Masdar, with ADNOC, they're very big on marketing and delivering the message correctly on to take it seriously. What about you? What's your opinion?
Well, I think it's more about behavior and communication than marketing, quite frankly. But communication is, as we all know, about a messenger and a recipient. And if the two are not tuned in at the same frequency, it's very hard to get the perception or narrative right. We, as energy leaders, we are too often, in my opinion, misjudging the audience by approaching the discussion with an overwhelming amount of facts and figure, and not paying sufficient attention to the fact that the recipient is very often concerned about climate change, which is not only about facts, but also about emotions. So, in my experience, it starts with a transparent and honest acknowledgement of the issues we all are committed to solve. And it follows with communication both in words and in action. At Aker, the company I have been running for the last 16 years, we realized the fact that nothing tells more than the way we're operating and running our own business. Hence, to reduce our environmental footprint as much as possible is a guiding principle and a very motivating factor for our employees. Then it's about how our industry also can contribute to the change. The energy industry as a driving force for AI has already been mentioned, and there are numerous examples about how the technology and the competency of existing energy companies is instrumental to drive the change.
What
And
about-
last but not least, avoid polarization, because ultimately we have the same objectives.
Definitely. And Mr. Kelly, we were also discussing that. What's your opinion on the how energy companies can push public and change the public perception and push the public into being more sustainable?
Well, I think that we can demonstrate that we can deliver projects. I think we talk about technology, and there are many narratives out there that some things don't work. There's maybe people skeptical about the track record of things like CCUS. Oxy is building, and 1.5 is developing our first commercial scale direct air capture plant. We're commissioning it at the moment. Will be commercially operational by the middle of this year. This is a technology that I think that the public has been thinking about as a future tech that one day will help, but we're demonstrating that it's here and now. This technology is going to be absolutely vital for hard-to-abate sectors all around the world to deliver their net zero targets. So we say what we're going to do, and then we deliver. That's what we need to be doing.
Definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending this panel conversation. Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists as well. Your insights are always valuable. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to Dana, and of course to our wonderful panelists. Well, our final panel of the day delves into the theme of our summit, the Nexus of Next, redefining and creating transformative industries. Indeed, we're all here today at Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week Summit to consider the next wave of progress and take action to supercharge sustainability. So let's take a look at how technology can be our ally, and welcome Amel Lagrid, who will be leading our panel.
Hello, everybody. Can I check the energy in the room?
Hey.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, after a full day of discussions, let me tell you that this panel actually stands out. So pay attention. We will take a close look actually into the future at the Nexus of Next. So this session is about the fourth industrial revolution and the transformative power of breakthrough technologies. So how are these technologies redefining industries, addressing global challenges like climate change and sustainability, and driving economic growth? I would like, before I introduce the panelists, just to give you a flavor of the contribution of the companies represented here with us today. So EGA, let's start with EGA. The Emirates Global Aluminium is the largest premium aluminum producer in the world. You've heard that right. Steel holds an 11% share of Abu Dhabi manufacturing output activity. And oil and gas sector, primarily driven by ADNOC, accounts for 40% of the UAE's GDP. So I'm not going to say any more, but I will introduce our distinguished panelists. So we have Mr. Abdel Nasser bin Kalban, the CEO of Emirates Global Aluminium, Engineer Saeed Al-Rumaythi, Group CEO of Steel, Sophie Heltbrand, Chief Technology Officer at ADNOC, and Michael Liebreich, CEO of Liebreich Associates. Let's dive in. Mr. bin Kalban, if I may, I will start with you and ask you the question about why should companies actually pursue Industry 4.0, and what are the biggest challenges that you have faced in adopting these advanced technologies?
Great question. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and to be part of these distinguished panelists. from Steam's companies. And I would like to say about Industry 4.0, I personally believe this is the biggest transformation we'll have in our lifetime. We recognize at EGA, Industry 4.0 will have major impact in our processes and our businesses and the way we conduct it. And of course, will impact safety and sustainability of our employees and improve our quality and will give us the competitive edge in the market. So we started this journey in 2020, 2021. We established a small department called Industry 4.0. We have more or less 6 people working in this department. And 4 years later, this department grew from 6 to 160. The vision for the company is basically we'd like to convert EGA to be a smart company producing green products. To do that, Industry 4.0 should be part of our core business and one of the main pillars for our long-term strategy going forward. Since 2021, we have gone through major transformation, both from the cultural and also from the financial point of view. And most of the initiatives I have seen from our companies has, let's say, long payback periods. But whenever I look at Industry 4.0, the payback period, not in years, actually in months. So it basically ticks a lot of boxes for me. So that's why I push hard for Industry 4.0 in a year of 2020, which is one of the most difficult years in our lifetime. And most of the companies struggling to make money during that year. But with the help of our board of directors and our shareholders, we managed to build it. And so far, we can see our financial impact from the use cases we applied so far is north of $100 million. So far, we applied 80 use cases, both in the operational area and also in the corporate area. And we managed to also establish a new concept, which we call it EGA Digital Academy. So what we have done is basically train and upskill more than 3,000 employees within EGA. So they will drive the major transformation within their departments. And by doing so, I think the impact was great. And we've been enjoying great return so far. And we agreed going forward, we'll aim for 30 to 40 use cases per year. And it will be great to give you an example. One of the use cases we have done is basically in automatic inspection of our anodes. I mean, part of the process is required to have a carbon anodes within our system. So we used to do it manually. And you need to basically take a sample from the anode block, take it to the laboratory. The laboratory will do their analysis. 3 days later, they will send you the result. And it's really labor-intensive and time-consuming. And what we have done is put smart cameras, which basically can scan the surface of the anode blocks. And by doing that, we managed to basically inspect 100% of our anode production. And this camera is very, very smart. It can basically take an image of, let's say, 40 million pictures a year. And it helps us to reach 100%, as I mentioned, and improve our quality significantly. Now, all the anode is inspected, and within no time, and I'm telling you, this business case, it has, I think, infinite return. We have plenty of examples, but I don't want to, I'm sure my colleagues want to also share their views on Industry 4.0, but we've been working on a lot of use cases, and one of the main challenges we face in the past is basically how to integrate the new system with the old system. You know, the old system has different programming languages, different communication protocol, and to integrate was difficult. And to do that, basically, you need to find gateways and basically streamline the communication within these systems. But I think the team done well, but of course, there is more improvement going forward. And one of the things I would like to share with you is close to our hearts. Finally, after all the great job my team basically put for Industry 4.0 and the great vision we have, EGA been recognized by the World Economic Forum in Davos just a few hours ago, that EGA will be named Advanced Industrial Revolution Lighthouse for the region.
Wow. Well, round of applause to that. Congratulations.
Is a prestigious award. When I check the history of such award, the only company in the Middle East managed to win this award is Aramco. I think you know the size of Aramco. So I'm very honored. I had no plan to go to Davos next week, but I need to go there to receive it. I have all the excuses in the world to go there. And for our information, this is the first company in the UAE to win such a prestigious award, and the first aluminum company in the world to have it as well.
Wow.
I'm very thrilled, and I think I thank all the team who put days and night effort, and the WIF been in our offices for days, auditing our system, auditing our procedures and operation, and finally, we can get the fruits.
Well, congratulations again, and you kept that quiet. Right?
And here also, I mean, that's an opportunity. I think there's a great opportunity. We can work with the companies here, and especially my esteemed panelists. We have a lot of use cases. I'm sure your company also having a lot of use cases. I think we can exchange, we can trade, we can do something. I don't want you to start from scratch. I think we've been working hard for a number of years. And since we've been now, let's say, named a global, what they call it, we will be part of global network for Industry 4.0. That's basically a new club will be joining very soon. I think we can make big difference. And Industry 4.0 will do nothing but take us to the next level.
Well, thank you very much for that, and congratulations again. Don't forget to take a big coat to Davos next week. And you anticipated already on a question that I had actually around collaboration, because collaboration is really important. I mean, you set the standards and the bar very high for the industry, but you are also willing to elevate others with you, and that's, I think, commendable. So thank you very much for that. So now from aluminum, let's turn into steel. Engineer Saeed, if I can come to you, steel is both vital for infrastructure, but it's also one of the largest carbon emitters. So from your point of view, what are the key trends that, as you see them, and what are the challenges that you are facing in the decarbonization of steel?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Amal. It's been a pleasure to be part of today's event. It's been always a pleasure for me. Steel is vital for so many things, not for the construction only, but for so many things. But there's also its fact that the steel industry in the world emits around 7 to 8% of the CO2 overall. So that's significant, of course, but it's also something needs to be done there. So just to put things in perspective, there's a 1.9 ton of steel. 1.9 billion tons of steel is being produced in the world, out of which 70% comes from blast furnace route, where coal is used as a fuel, and this is high emission. We're talking about 2.3 tons of CO2 produced per ton of steel. And then the second route we have is scrap and dark reduction iron. where like the scrap is 0.7 and the direct reduction iron, we're talking about 1.4 tons. So just to really, and this is of course like, where the trend is going. So we see like, the technology now, people are shifting from the direct, like, the blast furnace where the emission is high towards direct reduction iron and scrap basically. Where we are standing as M Steel, we are direct reduction iron producers, but we managed successfully to really reduce our emissions to almost the scrap producers, 0.7 ton. That's through, of course, our CO2 capture and our usage of renewable energy. So we are positioning ourselves in a really a great position, being like, as I said, the technology is actually shifting. We're talking about 90% of the new plants are coming towards scrap and direct reduction iron. The challenges here, it's logic, like, as you said, like, people should really go to scrap, but this scrap availability in the world is not really high. We're talking about, out of the whole production, we're having availability of 1/3 only. So this is one challenge. And the second is, of course, when you use scrap, there's a limitation of a quality that you can really produce.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think that's really helpful. And of course, there are a number of challenges alongside along that journey. So it doesn't happen overnight. But I can see that you are already making a lot of progress. We can't really talk about technology without mentioning AI, right? So here we go. Sophie, I will turn to you and let's talk about AI. So I think AI is not only about solving existing problems today, but also about asking new questions and uncovering new insights. So how has ADNOC used AI to unlock opportunities that were previously inaccessible?
Excellent. Great question. Well, first of all, thank you so much for being here and inviting me with this esteemed panel of colleagues here. So it's really exciting to be here. Yeah, AI. 2024 is the year when I think the world truly discovered AI. Everybody's pulling out their phones, playing with ChatGPT, getting answers like that. And at ADNOC, we see artificial intelligence as a force multiplier. Let's be really clear. We're not scared by it. We're embracing it. And what we can see is the technology is allowing us, through what we've just heard about EGA cameras that can recognize things and process millions of images. No human can process millions of anything. We're kind of limited in our mental capacity to do these things. We're taking data sets that were completely disparate in industrial companies, these big industrial companies. We've been operating our equipment for years and years and years, and we have these industrial data sets of all these different things that were never meant to be connected together. And we have large language models that can speak and understand. These large language models are what people have actually been interacting with. So when you put these things together, it means that we can connect things that were never designed to be connected together. We can gain insights that have previously been just about impossible for any human to really put it all together. And so at ADNOC, what we see, I'll give you a great example. We've had this program called Panorama Guardian. Panorama is a place where we take data from all of the different ADNOC group companies. So ADNOC is one of the largest industrial entities in the world. And we took asset integrity and process safety data. So this is keeping our product behind a pipe and ensuring we have safe operations and people are going home safely, and we're providing this low carbon energy to the world. We took 10 different disparate data sets from ADNOC Gas and all of the data from those asset integrity and process safety data systems from 6 months of data, and we said, what can we do with it when you put a large language model together with machine learning and analytics. And guess what? You can see things that we could never put enough humans onto it to parse through that volume of data. Why does this matter? Well, it means we have safer, more reliable operations. It means our product stays behind pipe. It transforms our business. It takes these things that were never designed and meant to be working together, and it puts them together. So all of a sudden, the questions that we used to go, I don't know how I can solve this, technology is taking the brain and helping us actually answer the questions. So for me, the excitement around the AI and technology, and you can see I get actually really excited talking about this, is we can do things that we were never able to do. Another great example, CCUS. ADNOC has an ambition to capture 10 million tons of CO2 through CCUS by 2030. How do you accelerate that whole process? Through technology. So we know that AI can help us through analyzing of satellite imagery for siting these locations. AI can help us through the interpretation of all of the geologic data that we have and feed that site selection into the geological interpretation. And AI can help us on our regulatory side. And when you connect those three things together, it means we get from start to finish dramatically faster. And that's what the world needs for this transition to happen. So I think the thing that's really exciting to me is things that were never meant to be connected in these big industrial companies, we can do things with them now. And it's transforming industries. And that's an exciting world to be in.
Oh, thank you so much, Sophie. To be honest, I feel more excited about AI now, and I didn't think that was possible because I am a huge, early adopter of AI, and I believe in its potential. But you got me even more excited, and I'm sure you got also our audience excited about it. Michael, I will come to you. And actually, when we talk about innovation and we talk about technology, we need the right frameworks. We need the right policies. It's not easy, and sometimes actually policies are a little bit lagging behind the innovation. So from your perspective, from a global standpoint, how do you see the required policies and frameworks to accelerate innovation?
Amal, you're absolutely right. There is a risk of lag. I mean, I've been doing this for some time, my career, I'm about 40 years in. I've never seen innovation at this speed, never seen something as fast as this. And I've lived through internet, and I've lived through crypto and all sorts. This is really fast, and it's really profound, and it's real. So I think what I want to say sort of 4 things, but I'll say them quickly. One of the first things is actually, before you get to the policy, is what problems do we focus on? We need to be really clear. Everybody plays with ChatGPT. But when it comes to businesses, we need to really be clear. Are we doing new products? Or mostly, are we actually trying to save costs, whether it's through quality or whether it's through more efficiency, logistics, and so on? But being really clear is important. Otherwise, we can waste a lot of effort. In terms of the policy environment, I would strongly, if there are policymakers in the audience, I would strongly say, focus on removing barriers. I'm based in London, based in Europe, and there's a strong tendency to say, aha, AI is coming, we must regulate its use of energy, we must regulate, something bad might happen, we must regulate it. Well, it doesn't exist yet, right? So let it exist before you regulate. And also, and this is very important in the energy sector, remove barriers to price signals being transmitted, because AI lives by the sheer volume of signals, the sheer volume that it can process. But if you've regulated prices, there can be an AI function that can improve something, but why would it bother, in a sense, if there's no price signal? And we have a problem in energy around the world of price signals being suppressed by regulation. So remove pricing, locational, time of day, geographic. Let the price signals happen, and then the great companies, we got 3 up here, will innovate. Third thing is collaboration. A lot of these things happen at the barriers between organizations or between countries. And so we need to innovate, and we need to work with new players and new partners. And so be open to that. And I also say that to anybody who has influence diplomatically or in trade. We also need to have access to these technologies. And yesterday the US produced a new framework to control the spread of these technologies. And it's a very delicate balancing act. Who do you allow to have the AI, GPUs, the technologies? And hopefully in this region you can have the best of both worlds, kind of cheap Chinese renewable clean tech, but also US AI, which is frankly clearly ahead of anywhere else in the world. And the fourth thing I want to say is think about justice and the community and others, because particularly with what's going on in politics, it's very easy to think we're in an era where we can say, well, who cares about the community or what people think? The regulator is allowing me to do X, I'm going to do X. Or X.AI, you might call it. And that will come back to bite. We're in a particular time in the cycle where you can get away with that, but it's not permanent. The lifetime of your assets will outlive that. And so if you're going to run your AI and it steals all the power from a community, or you power it with gas and it causes an air quality problem, that is going to come back and bite you. So I would say focus on the right things, remove barriers and do price signals, collaboration, including making sure we can trade, and think about your stakeholders more broadly. Those would be my enablers to accelerate this.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think that's a great summary, actually, of how we could remove the barriers, accelerate success in this area. I had many more questions for the panelists, but one, you have answered actually many of those already, and two, I'm conscious of time. We actually stand between the audience and some prizes, so I'm gonna actually just switch to asking for one final word around something you are excited about, looking forward, looking at the future, or something that you want to leave the audience with, like a call to action. Maybe, Sophie, I will start with you, if that's okay.
Thanks. I think we have technologies. We actually know what technologies need to be deployed, and we need to get after and deploy at scale and being really transparent and collaborative and talking to one another. So I think let's be open, and events like this help us do that.
Thank you very much for that. That makes sense. Mr. Ben Kalban, I will come to you.
Sophia, we need to talk after this.
That's what we want to hear, actually, yeah?
Yes, I'm excited about the journey of sustainability and embedding everything we do going forward. And in EGA, also, we own our own technology. Basically, we call it now EMAX, which is considered to be the best technology for producing aluminum worldwide. And Industry 4.0, with this recognition, I think EGA will be in the map. So if you think about the pyramid, the way I see it, the base of the pyramid is basically sustainability with our operation on our people. And the middle layer is basically technology. And let's say the ice in the cake is basically the Industry 4.0. I think this is the winning formula we'd like to follow. And I think we will be successful.
Thank you very much. Here you go, a cake and the icing on the cake. Thank you. Michael?
So the tech titans are trying to build data centers for AI to train their big models that will draw 2 gigawatts of continuous power. 2 gigawatts. The human brain operates on 20 watts. So we are still 8 orders of magnitude more energy efficient, and therefore you could say smarter, than those big data centers. So what am I excited about? I'm excited about humans.
Real intelligence as opposed to artificial intelligence, right? Thank you, Michael.
Old school.
Old school
Yes.
intel. Engineer Saeed?
Well, I would say decarbonization is actually an opportunity, especially for the steel industries. One thing I did not mention earlier, also hydrogen is really important to really go to net zero in steel industry overall. And I think the cooperation, and actually we have a really good base here in the UAE, having all this infrastructure and what's been planned to really happen in terms of renewable energy and hydrogen production to really tap into this and do it together.
No, thank you very much. And speaking of hydrogen, on Thursday, the whole day will be dedicated to hydrogen, so make sure you don't miss that. Please join me in thanking our fantastic panelists. Thank you so much.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, of course, to Emil and our esteemed panelists for bringing things home in fine fashion. Well, esteemed guests, there's so much to see, to do, to be, to learn here at Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week 2025. I've certainly learned a lot. I hope that you have as well. And as the urgency to create a more sustainable world grows ever greater, ADSW invited artists to consider our collective challenges and opportunities through dynamic and multifarious medium of digital art. We welcomed artists to enter ADSW's second annual Global Digital Art Competition by responding to the ADSW 2025 theme or one of ADSW's core focus areas. 3 finalists were selected from over 230 submissions from over 20 countries. The finalists are Bin Yang Zhu, a Chinese artist based in the United Kingdom, whose work Invisible Debt is a digital art project that explores the hidden environmental and social costs of global supply chains, with a particular focus on the textile industry. Great, give them a round of applause, please. Thank you, excellent. Our second finalist is Manila Simon, an Indian artist based here in the United Arab Emirates. The artwork highlights the relationship between personal actions and the welfare of society, making a difference by adopting eco-friendly habits and supporting initiatives that promote environmental sustainability. Let's also give him a round of applause. And our third finalist is Muhammad Ali Basravi, an Iranian artist based here in the UAE. The work is entitled Life, and this artwork captures the essence of the human experience, emphasizing the underlying or unending cycle of life and death, which has been likened to the short life of a flower. We'd also like to give an honorary mention to Natalia Molinos from Spain for her piece titled Voro in Nature, showing the underlying patterns that structure and organize the apparent chaos of our world. We can give her a round of applause to it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to kindly invite to the stage Abdulaziz El Abeidli, CEO of Masdar, to announce our winner. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are excited as we are here. And the winner is Bin Yang Zhu.
Let's hear for Bin Yang Zhu. Come on down. Congratulations to our winner, Bin Yang Zhu. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to take this kind opportunity to invite up to the stage for a group photo the other finalists. You can come down to the stage, please. And our esteemed jury, Khawla Abu Saleh, Leah Allam and Sultan Ramhi. Please make your way to the stage also for a group photo. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them all a huge round of applause. Some fantastic work there, very inspiring. Massive congratulations to our winner, of course, to all the finalists, and a huge thank you to our jury members. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our program for today. Of course, we thank all of our speakers for sharing their invaluable insights, experience, and expertise with us all. There's so much that we can achieve on the road to sustainability, and so much more that they have still to do. I hope today's discussions have encouraged you all and perhaps sparked an even stronger will to do more. Together we can and will transform our world to create a more wholesome, sustainable, and prosperous future for our planet and for all of its people. Please join us tomorrow for more crucial conversations as we unpack topics such as water security, transforming food systems, climate investment, and the circular economy, and much, much more. It's been my pleasure to be your MC for today. I hope you have a wonderful week here in Abu Dhabi at ADSW. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.